if you wanna follow through. Press 3 if you're gay. Press 4 for a three-way. Think about who? Think about what? Let's think about sluts. Do they know they're sluts? Let's find out. A disclaimer. You're a bitch. And you should feel like a bitch. Bake cookies and blank on them. Give the icing. So sticky. You should fuck. Men again and again. Even on a dick. Even on a bad day. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the ass. I go bend them over, slap the
I make all my songs live on Twitch. You can check that out in the link down below.
Hello, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for waiting. I know I'm a tiny bit late. Hello, Juice. Good to see you. That made my day. Holy shit. Have you not seen that before? That's been my intro for like, God knows how long. I want to say like maybe at least 5 years. At least 5 years. At least. You were actually early for once. Don't shit me. I can see the time. Okay, I may not understand the time, but I see it. Nice of you to be nice about it, though, I guess. Hello. Sorry, thank you so much. Hair and outfit cute. Thank you. It's just a ponytail. A very loose ponytail. I should really trim some, like, short bits at the front here. I think it might match my hair a little bit better. Oh, it's so hot still. We're getting a second wave of the heat, which is unpleasant. Very, very unpleasant. Ooh. I think it'll be more intense tomorrow. No, don't tell me that, Juice. Don't tell me that, please. Better than Frostpunk Mines. I could do with a second Ice Age, to be honest with you at this point. I yearn for the Ice Age of Frostpunk. Mert, thank you. Ant-Man and Mert, thanks so much for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you both. So I'm looking a little bit shiny, so I'm just gonna do this because it is hot. It is hot as balls. There we go. Gorgeous in red velvet, a brave choice in this heat. I'd say, like, it's really not a brave choice. Like, it's actually really light and not terrible at all. And the dress is small and short, so it doesn't, I'm barely wearing any cloth, which is so nice. So nice. I literally only chose a dress because I was like, fuck it. What is the least amount of clothing I can wear today because it is so hot. I don't know if you already answered this, but how do you speak to women in public? Actually, we get asked that a lot on the channel, and I'm beginning to wonder if I should make a YouTube video just answering this question so we can just link it to people for the next few years and be like, here are the top tips. I'd say, like, my resounding answer to that is just don't approach women in public. The chances are, if she's beautiful and all you've done is seen her, right, she gets approached all the time by men. And men are dangerous. Not all of them, probably not you, but enough of them that every single woman who gets approached on the street has had a horrible one, or like 10 horrible ones. I've had many more than 10 horrible ones that have punched me in the face, groped me and all sorts when I said no. Like, literally, they've been like, can I have your number? Blah, 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 blah. I've not responded, or I've just been like, no, thank you. I'm not here for a boyfriend. I'm here for shopping. I'm not here for a boyfriend. I'm here to go to work or whatever, right? And they have not taken it well. So, overwhelmingly, the most normal response that you're going to get in public from a woman you don't know is fear. Because they're going to be like, oh, fuck, what kind of situation is this? You could be totally nice, but they don't know yet, okay? Because you can't tell until they open their mouths. So when you ask for her number and stuff, chances are she isn't going to be like, oh boy, my favorite fetish, a random stranger. I love random strangers. Here, have all my details, random stranger. So if you're going to do this anyway and you're not going to listen to me and you go, like, I'm going to approach women anyway because I need a date and I don't care if it makes people uncomfortable because my needs, okay? If you're going to be that dude, fine, right? Give your details. Don't ask for them. Okay, that'd be my secondary. Is like, if you're gonna do that, even though I'm telling you, just fucking don't, right? Then give your details, don't ask for them. Give them your number, don't ask for it. Give them your Instagram, don't ask for it. Give them your Facebook or whatever the fuck you're on. Never ask a woman for details. Never ask her where she lives. Never ask her where she works. Never ask her if she's single. Don't ask her anything. Just give. Go, hey, my name is George. I think you're looking absolutely gorgeous today. And I just had to come over and say hello and tell you that you look amazing. And if you ever want to get to know me, or you ever want to hang out, or you're ever bored on a Friday night and want to go do something fun, here's my number. You can text me anytime. And yeah, hopefully I see you around. And then you fuck off. And if they want to get to know a random stranger, they can do it at a distance where it's safe. They can text you and be like, so, if we hypothetically did go on a date, where would we go? Like this sort of thing. They can then approach you if they feel comfortable in a setting where they don't have to say no to your face, because the most dangerous thing a woman can do is say no to a man. Like, there are men who splash acid on women's faces. There are men who have murdered, stabbed, done awful things to kidnapped women who've said no. And we're told about them our whole lives. So if you are going to approach women on the street, you have to give everything, ask for nothing, okay? I've had guys ask where I live, and the most common one is taxi drivers. Taxi drivers will start hitting on me and they'll go, so, is this where you live? Do you live alone? And it's like, why the fuck would I tell a random man I don't know that? You could come break into my fucking house or some shit. No, I'm not telling you that. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's a creepy question. But a lot of guys, because they don't get creeped on, they don't know what creepy question looks like. They don't know the lengths that men will go to make a woman uncomfortable or hurt them. So they think, well, it's an innocent question. I had innocent intentions, not realizing that a woman can't know whether you have good intentions. And for survival, has to take precautions in case you don't. So yeah, if you're going to approach women on the street, the most awful and annoying thing that I had to deal with as a teenager and a woman in her 20s was men approaching me, because I was very polite and gentle with people. I didn't like hurting people's feelings. And also because I had already been attacked multiple times by that stage by men I'd said no to, especially on the street. So I never liked it, never wanted it. And I've spoken to many women about it, and I've never met a woman who likes it. I've never met a woman who's like, I sure do hope some man checks out my ass and at my ass in public and then decides he wants to fuck me and tries to get to know me. So no one, I've never met a woman who wants this. Never, never, never. We have agreed places for dating. Those are the places where you can approach women. So like places like bars and clubs, totally acceptable to politely and in a very nice way approach a woman in a way that gives her lots of room to say no and feel very comfortable with that no, right? But on the street, where she is not with friends, where she is utterly alone, where she has no fucking backup, is the worst and most uncomfortable place to ask a woman. And it also looks desperate. It looks like you're panhandling for sex. Like, you know when a guy walks up to people and goes, hey, you got any spare change? It feels like that. It's like, hey, have you got any spare pussy? Spare pussy, ma'am? Because they don't know anything about you. They don't like you as a human being. They've just looked at you. They're just horny. They've just looked at you in a shallow way and gone, I like butt. Can I fuck butt? That's how it translates no matter what you say. You could write a poem about how beautiful her face is, and she knows that you just stared at her tits at a distance. So you look like you're panhandling for sex. It looks desperate. It's like, why are you asking random strangers in public? Do you have no game? Does nobody in your vicinity and friend group want you? Are you unable to stick to the usual spaces anymore? Why can't you do it at the normal places? Like, it does kind of look bad on you. And so, like, my third bit of advice is, because of all those feelings and because of all those difficulties where women just don't go on the street to date, they don't pick up men off the street, right? So the third bit of advice I would give you is genuinely, fuck, I've forgotten it, but it was really, really important. Oh, be prepared to be told no 100 times before a woman will say yes. The odds are probably worse than that. So, like in studies where women have said, "Hey, I've seen you around. Would you go to bed with me?" to random men, almost 100% of men said yes. I will go to bed with you. Where do you want to go? They didn't know this woman. They didn't know anything about her. They just knew that she went, "Hey, I've seen you around. I think you're attractive. Would you like to go to bed with me?" 100% of the men said yes. So they got a really beautiful man, hunky man with muscles, who was quite attractive, and they had him do exactly the same thing to random women in the street. He asked hundreds upon hundreds of women, and not a single one said yes. Not a single one. So most women will not give any details or any time of day to a random man panhandling for dates on the street. Most women are not wandering in the street looking to fuck someone, looking to date someone, looking for anything from a man, right? And so you will have to take 1,000 no's. 1,000 no's. Because the crux of it is, no matter how attractive you are, or no matter how rich you are, it doesn't matter what details you have about you, you are still a male, and one of the most dangerous things in a woman's life is men they don't know. And men they do know, unfortunately, statistically. You can Google that. Most of them are not like open to dating random men who approach them on the street. Like, women are shamed for it. They say she's for the streets. Like, that is an insult women say about, like, people say about women who will easily just randomly go on dates willy-nilly. So, like, women are not incentivized to do so. Will be judged heavily and will lose social status at all. Like, we'll have to sacrifice a lot just to gamble on a stranger. So most women just don't. You know, it's like everyone's opinion of me in my life will drop if I randomly fuck this man on the street who's asking for my details and I could get murdered. What? Who could possibly say no? So, like, the odds are stacked against you in a public place. The odds are stacked against you heavily, heavily, heavily in a public place. And that sucks, and I'm sorry. But that's why if you are going to give your details and be so mature about the no, because 9 times out of 10, at least, it will be a no. What's the best advice you could give to me? I will be going to university next month for the first time for designing. Wish you the very best. I would say usually people in your boat are very nervous. They are like, what if nobody likes me? I hope I make friends. Um, I hope my grades are okay. And all this sort of stuff. And I'd say, like, don't take it too seriously. Be incredibly relaxed about it, because a lot of people go to university and they don't end up doing the thing they studied when they work. Not necessarily because they couldn't find a job or whatever, because sometimes the thing that you discover at university is not the degree, it's yourself. And you find out that the thing you thought in childhood you'd be doing as a job isn't that fun in practice, for example. Or you just develop a new passion. Like, life is a bunch of chapters. So, like, there's a chance this isn't going to define your whole future, and that's fine. There's also a lot of people learn a bunch of social stuff and a lot of relationship stuff in university. So you end up getting a lot of unexpected lessons at uni that you didn't think would be what you went there to learn. You know, press 1 if you agree. Like, you learned a bunch of other stuff than just what you studied when you went to university. Like, that was a big chunk of, like, your personal development as a human being. Exactly. And this means that everyone you're going to meet there is probably underdeveloped too. That's the unpolite way of putting it. But everyone's underdeveloped. Everyone's, like, half-baked, not fully cooked down to the dough yet. So you're going to meet a bunch of people who don't know how to do things properly, who are a bit socially awkward and don't understand things very well. So you may not learn the best lessons from it either, because you're learning from unqualified people. You're essentially learning from other students how to human when nobody knows how. So you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to, fuck up a few things. You're going to embarrass yourself a few times, and that's absolutely fine. This is the best place to do all of that stuff, because it either goes well or you learn, and it's better to learn now than later when things get a little bit more serious. So try to enjoy it. Try not to take it too seriously. If anything falls through or doesn't work out, whether it's socially, sexually, relationshiply, or in your actual studies, no matter if it does fall through in any way, shape, or form, it's not going to ruin your life. It's not going to be the end of anything. So just have fun, enjoy the process, and stay safe. Hi, do you have any advice for feeling lost career-wise? I'm 27 and slowly realizing I have no real skills or qualifications, and I don't know what I want to do. I'm struggling feeling judged by others and with well-paying careers. I would say, like, more often than not, it's hard for me because, like, I know people on every end of the spectrum. Like, I know people who can barely afford to get a pizza, and I know people who uh could never spend the amount of money they've made in their entire lifetime. They could retire tomorrow and they're like quite young, right? And on both ends of the spectrum, I've never really thought more or less of somebody um because of their money. I think that the main thing that I pick up on when I'm judging someone is how they treat people more vulnerable than themselves, how they treat the waiter, how they treat pigeons, like that sort of thing. Do they have a good sense of humor? And are they a joy to be around? And that's about it. So I feel like I'm not the only person who's like this. I think like those are high on the priority list for most people. And if you have those, it doesn't matter what career you have, or whether you're married, or whether you have a white picket fence, or what car you drive, just find those people and drop anyone who judges you for anything else, because you can lose a job and you can lose money. So you only really have friends if they'll stay no matter where you are financially. Yeah, you don't want to lose your money and then lose all your friends at the same time. So we are out there, and we are quite common. So as long as you have those, don't worry about it. And the people who are judging you are wheat from the chaff. Your personal worth is not a group decision. Okay. So the people outside of you who are judging your pace and judging where you're at in life are not your friends, and you should not be adjusting anything according to them. That should not feel like pressure. Okay. The next thing I'm gonna say is there are people who have found the job of their life, the thing they love doing in their 50s and 60s. There are people who got their second degree in their 40s and 50s. I think the oldest person to get second degree was in their 80s, but that's quite rare. But you have like your entire lifetime that you've lived, you could have that again and find a new degree and a new career in that time easy. So I don't think you should be in any rush. And the main reason why people don't find where they're supposed to be is because they ain't trying stuff. That's the main thing. If you don't know where you're supposed to be, you need to take a bunch of wrong turns for a while. You need to go and have some fun, do some cool things for a little bit, and then decide which ones you like and which ones you want to do again. That's how you find hobbies, a sense of purpose, the place you're meant to be in life, all this sort of stuff. And another thing is, it's not a permanent decision. Your meaning in life will change multiple times. Your sense of purpose will change multiple times. Maybe at some point it'll be your kid, and then your kid will leave the home, and then it will be community work. This sort of thing. Maybe one at some point, all of the meaning in your life, the reason why you get up in the morning is just to look after your cat and tend your garden. Or like maybe for a while it'll be your career, but it will change and it will depend on where you are in life and at that specific time. It's not something you find once, it's something you find again and again and again. And you find it by trying a bunch of stuff and not liking a bunch of stuff. That's it. You have to be fond of the error. In trial and error, you have to go and find 1,000 things you don't like to find the thing that you do, and the people that you do like, and the job and the work that you do like, and the sense of purpose that you do like, right? So just go try stuff. If you're feeling lost, go deeper into the woods. It sounds very counterintuitive. Take as many wrong turns as you like. 27 is actually incredibly young. My mom got her second degree in her 40s. I know a guy who in his 50s got hit, like did his second degree, second. got the job of his dreams in his 50s, found the wife of his dreams in his 50s as well, and has a beautiful home that he has with her, with a beautiful garden that they tend together, and he looks forward to his job, and he loves working with the people that he does. So you have so much fucking time. My grandma was older than that when she fell in love with the love of her life, and then she sold everything and went and moved to Spain, spent the rest of her life with him, and they were together till they died. So I think that, you know, you can have an absolutely beautiful life, go at your own fucking pace. Because the main things that people regret when they're old and in an old folks' home is not trying stuff, not giving things a go, and basically also sticking to things that they shouldn't have. Sticking to the wrong relationship for too long, sticking to the wrong job for too long, staying in the same town for too long, these sorts of things. So if something isn't serving you, let it go, move on to something that does, try a bunch of things until you find what does work for you. You've got this. 27 is incredibly young. I'm 36, and I didn't find my ideal job until I was 27. I'd only had one job. I'd been self-employed. It was my first ever job. I made a craft store online. I sold craft supplies online, and that was my first job. And this is my second. And I didn't get my first job until my mid-20s, and I didn't get my second job until 27. So you got plenty of time. It's not common to be unsuccessful at 27. It's pretty normal. I'm 39 and unsuccessful too. I don't like the word unsuccessful because my whole philosophy in life, if I'm honest with you, is basically if you are happy, if you're enjoying life, if you're enjoying things about life, then you're doing the rarest thing in the universe. Because life is the second rarest, but joy is the rarest above that we know of in the universe. We don't know of anything living elsewhere, but there probably is. We have no idea if they're happy about it, though. And so you are the universe enjoying itself every time you do something you love, even if it's just women, even if it's just things like playing computer games or, you know, eating something tasty, watching a sunset, having a phone call with your family. Like, these things are incredible. And when you really break them down, they're kind of supernatural. Try describing that to a medieval person. So yeah, I projected my voice across the other side of the world so I could speak to people there in an instant. And all my words were just sent through the air instantly to the other side of the world. Like, there is so much going for you. You have accomplished so much. If you've ever had a phone call, ever used the internet, ever traveled, ever been on a plane, ever been in a car, your life has been exponentially way more magical and insane and cool than 99.99999% of all the humans that were ever fucking born. You know, 400,000 years ago, there was no fucking way. Like, they barely had fire. They barely had fire. And the things that you have done in your lifetime are insane. The things that you have seen and experienced in your lifetime, mind-blowing to someone just 100 years ago. Just 100 years ago. You are not unsuccessful, okay? You've done so much cool shit. And to be honest with you, you won because the chances of you existing were exponentially small. I mean, the chances of this planet ending up in the Goldilocks zone were exponentially small. The chances of your parents meeting at the right time and fucking at the right time and the right sperm and the right egg to meet you. Do you know how many genetic combinations your parents could have made? It's quintillions. It's an indescribable number. Maths cannot describe the number of digits it would take to describe the chance. Exponentially slim. That you specifically would have been born. So many other people could have existed instead of you. You succeeded just by existing at all. You succeeded by surviving childhood. Most humans probably didn't. So you are doing incredibly well for yourself. Astronomical, as it were. Exactly. It's so weird to me that people measure themselves up and they were just like, well, other people decided to have kids at this age. Other people had that job or this salary at this age, so I'm unsuccessful. No, you're fucking not. Just the fact that you're 39 is a huge success. You have no idea. I don't know if you agree though. What would you say to someone who struggles with confidence in their appearance and when trying to date others? It's not insecurity as much as it's not feeling good enough for other people. Since when do you have to be good enough for anyone? I'm just going to ask, since good enough for who? Everyone's flawed. Nobody's good enough. Nobody's perfect. I don't know why you have to finish liking yourself for somebody else to like you. You've probably had a crush on plenty of people who didn't like themselves or had insecurities or had things they still had to work on. The thing is, being a human means being a forever unfinished project. You are always going to see potential. You're always going to see things about yourself and go, that could be better. That could be better. I want that to be better. But that doesn't mean that what you are right now and what you have to offer as is isn't enough. That's just not how it works. But also, there are terrible people out there, like awful people aren't worth the shit under my shoe, awful, right? And they still find relationships and marriages. They still find people who love them. The thing with being loved is it's different to loving yourself. They are two different battles. Funnily enough, I think personally, being loved by other people is easier than loving yourself. I feel like loving yourself is a battle you fight every day and you don't win every single day. Even if you win some days, you will never win every day. So I'm just going to put it out there. Whatever you do, don't think that you have to feel finalized as a human being. Feel like you've done everything you need to do to work on yourself and be as awesome as you need to be. Also, just because you're not your fucking type doesn't mean you won't be anyone else's. There's a biological reason you're not supposed to be yourself. Like, you're not supposed to be your type. And that is because you would get stuck wanking in the mirror. You would just, stare at yourself and jerk off at your mirror every single day if you could be your type. Being in love with yourself would be, we'd go extinct if you could do that. So you are not supposed to see your features as attractive. Also, the more similar someone is to you, the more likely that your children would have defects, would have like abnormalities and health issues. That's why we're not attracted to relatives. People who are genetically similar to you are supposed to be unattractive. And so you are the most genetically similar person to you that there is, obviously. So most people do not find that very attractive. And that is normal. So you aren't supposed to find yourself hot and attractive. That's normal. And you don't have to wait until you do to get a partner. And there are a million times worse people than you right now who have partners. Deserve is not an aspect of relationships. People don't get into relationships because they fucking deserve them. Okay? So throw that out of the window. Two people collaborate on life because they enjoy each other's company and because it's easier to do life as a pair than it is to do it alone for a lot of people. So that they invite someone in and you work on things together, you live together, you fight the world together, you do all these things. And that has nothing to do with deserving. I personally don't think you can deserve anything. I don't think deserve actually exists. Nova says, my dad, whom I am no longer in contact with, keeps trying to contact me. He used to send emails, which would go straight to my spam folder. I think he figured I don't read them, and now I get handwritten letters from him without a postage stamp, meaning they were likely hand-delivered. It's creeping me out. And it's maddening that he cannot respect my boundaries. I told him I'd contact him when and if I was ready to, and not vice versa. Any advice for dealing with this kind of behavior? Yeah, I mean, in this situation, so people who can't respect your boundaries are quite often dangerous. And so I do think that you should consider your safety. I think it's perfectly fine to be creeped out by someone who is coming to your house when you've not invited them and giving you letters and also not respecting your no. And it's just driving you further away. So it's a very counterproductive thing to do. So I would personally, if I were in your shoes, you don't have to go my route if you don't want to, but mine would literally be, bitch. I would fuck your dad. I would go onto one of those emails, I would reply and I would say, hi, I did set a boundary. You are crossing it, which is actually doing more harm than good. I am actually pushed away by this behavior rather than feeling it's not pressuring me to want to speak to you. It's making me not want to speak to you more because I only want people in life who can respect my boundaries. I will not be harassed into making contact with you before I'm ready. If I get any further contact from you at all, by any means, phone, email, or letter, I will be reporting it to the police and I will seek a restraining order because I have said no. I have said I do not want to speak to you and you are not respecting it. And it's actually making me feel quite unsafe that you are visiting my house when I have not invited you over. That is completely unacceptable to me. This is your last chance to stop before it gets legal as a courtesy. You will not be hearing from me again. And in that situation, you put a camera, like maybe like a Ring doorbell or something on your front door so that you can capture him if he delivers any more notes. So you can take that as evidence to the police if he comes after. And you like the thing with don't write it as a letter, do it as a message because then you can submit that message to the police as well and say, I've told this person to stop contacting me. They are still contacting me because that is a criteria usually before they will step in. The first thing they'll suggest is, have you tried just telling them not to contact you anymore? It's the first thing they say. So you have to be like, yes, I have done that. We need the next step, which is restraining order. And then legally, if he gets the restraining order and he keeps contacting you, you can put him in prison and not have to worry about him anymore. And that seems so extreme, especially for someone who is you're related to. But people's biology doesn't entitle them to ruin your life. People's genetics don't entitle them to walk all over your boundaries. You only get one life. You should enjoy it. You should be allowed to be respected. This person is incapable of respecting you. I trust you, Nova. You seem very sound of mind. I think if you have gone no contact with someone, it's for a very, very good reason. I think he's had enough chances. I think it's time to stop playing softball with this. It's no joke. And if he's anywhere in any degree sane, he will take that email that says, don't contact me anymore, or I will be contacting the police and pursuing a restraining order. If I received that as a sane person, I would just stop. If he continues after that, then he should be put away. Like, people like that should not be on the streets, okay? Basic human skill, very important basic human skill, boundaries. So that would be my my advice, and good luck with it. I'm so sorry you're fucking going through that. That really fucking sucks. Thank you, Kirsty. I appreciate it so much. But I definitely believe that nobody should be doing that to you. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Collect receipts. Absolutely. Collect receipts. Save up all these messages. Screenshot them. Put them in a folder. Scan or take a photo of every single letter you've received in case it gets worse. And then, yeah, I would say it's time to send that email that is stop or I will escalate this. And then block him. Block the emails. Because he might be tempted to reply to that email, but then he'll write it and try to send it and it won't send. And that's a very clear, don't even reply to this, you know? Like, I wouldn't even say don't reply to this. I would just send the email and immediately block him. And then, you know, that means that he would have to make a separate new email to send you another message after you've told him to stop. And at that point, you can just take it all to the police and be like, I've told him to stop. He's still messaging me. Like, absolutely. Because stalking is stalking. What can I do if I keep feeling like I don't belong anywhere? Frame one take, I would say you don't belong anywhere. None of us do. There isn't a specific place that you belong. And whilst I'm not hating on you or shitting on you, if you really think about it, it's actually a very selfish and myopic way to think that there is a slot on this earth that was designed just for you, a place and a bunch of people who are made just for you to fit with. There isn't. No one will truly understand you 100%, and they don't need to connect with you. I feel like when you're young and you're a teenager, you can go through that phase of being like, no one understands me. And it's like, no shit. That's okay. That's completely normal. No one will ever have your perspective ever the fuck again. You are privileged to have this perspective because no one will see the world the way you do. No one will taste the world the way that you do. Like everything about what you're experiencing is a completely unique story. And if people heard it and watched it, they wouldn't truly understand it the way that you do. And that's fine. That's actually kind of beautiful. That is a gift. Okay. You when you connect with people, you connect with what you have in common with others. Because even though you're a unique little fucking snowflake, actually, most of the things about you are the same as everybody else. Most people enjoy food. Most people enjoy laughing and joking and doing things together, these sorts of things. And so when people feel connected and people hang out with each other and people gel with each other, it's because they're seeing each other's similarities. They're not hyperfixating on their differences. And when you feel other and you feel alone in a room, it's because you've told yourself your differences are what define you. And when you do that, you are mentally separating yourself from everyone in the room. So you could be surrounded by people and still feel lonely if you have that mentality. Connection is not about fitting in. Nobody fits in. You belong nowhere. Because the whole idea of belonging somewhere is this idea that there was somewhere made for you and nothing is made for anyone. Fuzzy napkins, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. But yeah, it's Streets O'Clock. So I thank you. No problem. Like, I promise you, it's just a mentality, and a lot of people go through that exact mentality that you've had. Usually, this is a stage of humanity to go, wait a minute, I don't fit in. But usually, it takes a few more stages to realize you're not supposed to. Nobody fits in. The reason why everyone's laughing together and talking with each other is because they're just enjoying each other's company, not because they understand each other completely and belong next to each other. That just isn't real. I mean, I don't fit in anywhere either, and I stick out more than most, but I still feel like very connected with others. So I don't feel alone, and I don't really worry about it whatsoever. I can still have everything that is worth having in life. So I had to learn this lesson quite young, unfortunately. But yeah, let's enjoy bunny time. Let's go give him their treats. Duh. I wish I loved you, but you're a son. Sorry for taking so long. It's Pete Cam isn't working, so you're not gonna see him. But yeah, I have to. Oh, are you in the castle now? Okay, I'll let you enjoy that while I do Pete. Here's your first treat, Pete. But I have to cut open the box of his treats to give him a second one. That's the castle. They like it in there. Sometimes they try to hide in there from the heat, which is kind of stupid because they don't understand how heat works. Sort of things. I don't think they know the difference between cold and hot. They're just like, why does this ice cube make my mouth tingly? I don't think they know it's making their mouth cold. Is that part done? So who else has asked questions? The mods are throwing me ones from chat so I can see them. How'd you get over a breakup from a 10-year relationship when she left you for another guy because you became more of a loser? I'm not losing. I'm not laughing at you for being a loser. Don't worry. I'm just saying, what a way to put yourself down. Jesus. I'm just gonna say, the sooner somebody realizes the relationship doesn't work, the better. But if somebody's with you for where you're at in life, it's not love. And that's gonna really suck to realize right now. Actually, wait, on top of that, maybe she never loved me. Because the fact of the matter is that when you go through life with someone, they're gonna have ups and downs. They're gonna have times, they're gonna lose jobs, they're gonna lose money, they're gonna become more reclusive at some points and then be more outgoing at others. And so when you really fucking love someone, those flaws are kind of very invisible. You don't really notice them. Like you notice how much you love looking at them. You notice how much you love, you love doing the things you do with them, playing computer games or going for walks or whatever. And you look forward to those things. And like you get this halo effect when you're in love where you see them as more attractive than they actually are. You see them as way more interesting than they actually are. And most other people, when they look at the same person, are like, are we talking about the same guy? So that is like a tough thing to realize is that you should be with the person who likes you no matter where you are in life, who likes who you are. And it's sad to discover that after 10 years. It really is. It fucking hurts. Another thing as well is in a relationship when it's healthy and you're deeply in love, it is quite common for people to develop crushes on other people or to be less sexually interested in their partner for a while and things like this. And usually those are like when you found the right person, you'll stay through those phases. And if you're not with the right person, then it becomes intolerable really fucking fast. So I think that this means that you may well be finding someone in your future who will give you a level of love you may not have experienced yet. And that she's cleared the room for something more genuine. And maybe you don't know what that looks like yet. And maybe you don't have the skill set to identify that yet. But it would have been tragic if you'd never found out that she wasn't the one. Like if this other guy hadn't come along, maybe you'd have been together for 20 years before she left or got bored or found a temptation of some sort, something to prioritize over you, a job, something. And so like something doesn't have to last forever to be awesome and to be worth experiencing. That's another thing. It doesn't have to count as wasted time. A lot of people grave the time that they lost on a relationship that didn't work out because they think if it doesn't last until we die, that it wasn't real love or that it wasn't worth it. But you grow with people. You learn with people. They hold a mirror to you as well, and they clear you of blind spots. You won't notice things about yourself until you get in a long-term relationship, and they see it, and you don't. And it's an opportunity for growth and refinement. And it's very, very common that we're not really capable usually of finding the love of our lives that we'll stay together with the most and for the longest the first time. Usually we have to develop skills and hone our ability to carry a relationship because relationships aren't just about love, they are a skill as well. And so I don't think that just because it didn't work out, that it's a waste of time at all. And I'd say keep all your pictures, keep all of your memories with this person because it will hurt less one day and you do not want to just erase 10 years of your life when you're 70 or 80 and you're looking back at your life and you don't want to see these massive gaps where the long-term relationships were, where you don't remember anyone's faces or where you went because you burned all the photos with that bitch in. Like, keep the memories for now. Just don't look at them until the pain fades, and it fucking will. One day you'll look back and you won't give a shit anymore. So you'll be okay. Just take your time. They say like the amount of time it takes to recover scales with how long the relationship is, but I think that's bullshit. I think that it's just how much you valued the relationship and how much it sucked to lose it is how long, I think that's more of a measure. And it's okay to take care of yourself and love yourself and eat some ice cream and mope at home and take a day off work to recover and all this sort of stuff, because your brain's registering this in the same region it processes pain. So you're going to be in agony for a while over this, and that is normal and that is healthy. It would be very unhealthy to love someone for 10 years and then them go, and then you'd be like, okay. Like, that would be very weird. That would be like, maybe you should talk with a therapist if you were just like, meh, okay. So, with that said, it's normal what you're feeling. It's okay. It's a rite of passage. We all go through it. We do. I had 2 7-year relationships. It sucked. It sucked. Breakups suck. You're allowed to miss them. You're allowed to have conflicting feelings. You're allowed to be enraged by someone you still want to text at 3 a.m. But delete their number. Give their number to a friend and say, hey, here is my ex's number in case I need to ring her for some sort of weird emergency or something. But like, just delete the number off your phone so you just don't have it ready, so that even if you get drunk in the middle of the night and you're moping and going, Caroline, why? You don't like offer yourself. And I have never gone through that humiliation ritual. However, I did have an ex that I moved on from, and I got with a new partner, and he literally offered to be in a, what is it called, a throuple, to get back with me. I don't know how he thought that would work. That was just like, he was like desperate. He was groveling. Like, he also, did the kneeling, crying, ugly crying, snotty crying, begging like this, and all this sort of stuff. Like, that was not a very dignified breakup at all. And I think, like, he could have really benefited from, like, losing all of my contact details, so that he didn't do anything embarrassing or drug text or anything like that. If you are at risk of any of that stuff, I would recommend just delete all her contacts for now. Yes, it's really, really not healthy. Don't try to get back with her. She might find that she gets with this new person and it's not as great as she thought, and she might try and come back. Do not take her back. Holy fuck, do not take her back. People who get away with cheating on you or dumping you randomly will do it again. You teach them what is acceptable behavior. You need to lose her forever. Even if she has regrets, you need to find someone who genuinely loves you. So don't take her back. One of my female bosses searching intimacy with me all the time and kind of pushing it on me by leaving me on extra shifts with her. I told her that I got a girlfriend, but it seems not to bother her at all. If there's a way to secretly gather evidence of this, I would. So, if she's hitting on you or doing inappropriate things towards you, if they are messages, save the messages. If it's verbally, find a way to record that. You can do this thing where you can get an app on your phone that makes it so that your phone is completely, what's the word? Well, like the screen is blank, so nobody can tell that you're recording, these sorts of things. Find a way to get evidence before you do anything. Before you do absolutely anything, get evidence. And then go and get some advice online about HR, because HR isn't always on your side, and sometimes they will fire you just to cover shit up. So look at the best way to use that evidence and research it before you move with it, because this is terrible. This is sexual harassment. I'm so sorry you're going through this. You don't deserve to go through this. You need hard evidence. That's where you need to go with this. Your first step needs to be, you need to document all of this. Ah, Mavox, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well, sweetheart. Hello. I just, I do have Tourette syndrome, so if you just got here and I offer you a fisting, I don't mean it. And if I swear at you, I might not mean it. I have a close friend with cerebral palsy, and she has feelings for me, but I don't feel the same way due to her intellect being significantly lower. How do I let her off easy? I think that in this situation, I genuinely, it doesn't matter your reasons why. You don't need to justify them. You're allowed to just not be attracted to someone, whether they have a disability or not. You are absolutely, you wouldn't even need to tell me anything about her to say like someone's into me and I'm not into them back. What do I do? And I'm gonna give you some advice here. So, if they're flirting with you and you make it and it's uncomfortable, the first thing you do is you don't flirt back for a few times. If it keeps happening, even though you're not flirting back, then they're not taking a hint. Because usually flirting is about hitting a little flirt towards you. And if you hit it back, then they hit it back harder and you hit it back harder and you just get closer and closer and closer until you eventually smash, right? And it's nonverbal. It's you don't acknowledge what's going on, you just do it non-verbally, right? And so if she's flirting and it's not being hit back, but she's not listening to that, then the next thing is to go, you wouldn't be hitting on me now, would you? Because I'm a married man, whatever. Like, you wouldn't be hitting on me now, would you? I see you like a sister, jokingly. Why you getting all flirty with me? You're like my best friend. Like, that sort of thing. And if that doesn't stop it, then in that situation, you send a message and just be like, hey, I really appreciate your friendship and I hope we can still stay friends, but I've noticed you flirting a lot. And I just have to say, like, I don't feel the same way. And sometimes it does make me uncomfortable, but I still want to hang out with you. So hopefully you hear this with the best intentions, but I only see this as friendship. And if that's okay with you, I would love to see you again and hang out just as friends. Right. And in that situation, if they keep hitting on you after that and they know it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to hang out with them ever again. You could totally ghost someone like that. You could just be like, you're not really listening to my boundaries. I can't be fucked anymore, right? And that's totally normal. Fine. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter who they are. That's just okay. Absolutely okay. You do not have to be apologetic. And that, to be honest with you, that approach is very nice. Because like there are plenty of people who just be like, don't do that. You're making me feel weird. In the moment, just confrontationally. I don't like that. Don't say that. There are people who would just be like that. How have you gotten so goddamn mature? Bitch, I've existed for like 36 years. I'd be a bit of a slow learner if I wasn't by now. You're supposed to be mature like 10 years ago-ish. No, like more than like 15 years ago. I was supposed to be mature. I struggle with being shy around women. Pretend they're dudes then. Just imagine them with a giant donkey schlong. Because they are just dudes without the dick. That's it. There's no reason to find them scarier than anyone else. Hey! Hope you have a good evening too, Björn Bertelsen. Probably said your name terribly. Fuck no, I'm more scared. I'm beginning to think you're just a nervous person. If I'm like, hey, if you're scared of women and you're scared of men, you're just scared of people, dude. That's just social anxiety. Did you learn a lot of this advice from personal experience? I think everybody learns everything from a lot of places. I can't reliably tell you that I learned everything I talk about from personal experience. A lot of people ask me sexual advice for kinks I've never had and things like this, and I'm like, oh, I've read about that. You just pick up shit from all directions, not just personal experience. I feel like also if you just rely on personal experience alone, it can distort your view. If you just rely on statistics alone, it'll distort your view. You can't really reliably have a good scope until it's holistic, until there are multiple sources, you know? I have been trying to overcome an addiction to corn and I am trying to stop gooning, but I feel like I need to. What advice do you have for someone in my situation? Dr. Pepper Spray. I wonder why you have that name. Sweetheart, I used to, so I had a couple of exes with porn addiction, and it was one of the cornerstones of the breakup. But also, I would say, so it can ruin the relationships and stuff like that. So I did a lot of research on porn addiction, and I found a lot of communities of people who were giving up porn. And I started trying to help those people. Like I even became an accountability partner for people giving up porn for a while. Corn. Um, and, like, I learned a lot about it, and it really helped me to do something purposeful with my sadness, disappointment, and rage, and do something helpful with it rather than just be hateful and angry. So I learned a lot about that particular subject. And I will say that one of the things that porn will do to you if you get addicted to it, like, not everything is like, everything can be addictive. Like, you can get addicted to eating dirty nappies. You could get addicted to ringing doorbells. You could get addicted to playing the piano. Like, anything could be addictive, right? A lot of people get addicted to stuff that isn't drugs, like gambling, for example. So porn can absolutely be addictive, but a lot of people out there believe that it can't be addictive, that porn addiction isn't real. And God, are they so fucking lucky to think that, because people who are addicted to it can be utterly life-ruining, can ruin your sense of self, your ability to handle things emotionally, because you bury your head in the porn to cope with anything, even minor discomfort. So your ability to just deal with life and all of the things that go on with it is just crumpled and squashed. You become very mentally squishy and fragile, but also it hurts your ability to date. It hurts your ability to have good sex. It can give people erectile dysfunction. Porn-induced erectile dysfunction is really common among people on like r/nofap and stuff like this. People who've been addicted to porn, where they are. It's called pied for short, and a lot of men are pied, and they're like, I can't get an erection with a real woman. Even if I'm really attracted to them, I can't have sex with them. What's happening? And people are like, welcome to Pied. You have watched too much porn and it is time to give up the porn. And they're like, I didn't even think about the porn. And they're like, do you watch porn? And I'm like, yeah, I can jerk off. I just can't have sex. And they're like, yes, this is Pied. Welcome to Pied. I'm so sorry, but this is going to be a situation now that you might take years to recover from. And, yeah, one of the things that you're gonna have to learn now that you're trying to give up porn is, what do you do with all the things that you want to distract yourself from? A lot of people with addictions, they use the addiction to cope. So if their parents are arguing downstairs, they will go upstairs and have a wank in their bedroom to cope with the discomfort rather than face the issue. Why would they go and risk rejection from a girl when they could stay at home and wank? Why would they try to make friends with people and possibly get rejected when they could stay at home and wank? Like, and it's the same with drinking. And it's the same with gambling. Addictions start to be a stand-in for all of the uncomfortable things that you don't want to do and don't want to face. And life is going to be uncomfy. It's kind of growing pains. Like, most things worth having and doing are a bit uncomfortable, especially at first. And so when you avoid discomfort, you kind of end up avoiding life. And so when you give this thing up, you are now not just facing the absence of this thing that you really enjoy doing and has been so central to existence. You are now facing literally everything else. Everything else has suddenly become an issue now, has become terrifying, has become pressing, and you are having to learn loads of new skills. How to enjoy yourself without porn, how to face discomfort without porn, how to actually sit with uncomfortable feelings, how to socialize, how to find meaning and enjoy things. And your dopamine's going to be fucking shot. So things that would feel good to other people aren't going to feel very good to you, because you're used to a much higher dose of dopamine as a reward for things, and much more instantly. So your brain is going to be jonesing for that fix, and not a lot of things are actually going to give you that fix, unfortunately. So with all of that in mind, this is going to be a really tough journey, and doing it alone without any research is going to be even harder. Find groups of people who are going through what you're going through. Just if they're talking about masculinity or alpha males, or if they're pickup artists or anything like that, if they're like really aggressively hyper masculine, avoid them. They will not make you happy. They will make you more miserable. Okay, this isn't about your masculinity. Even women get porn addiction. Okay, so this is not a masculine issue. And if they make it about masculinity, they're probably going to fuck you up and make you more isolated and angry. So just focus on the neuroscience of it, focus on your physical health, and focus on the therapy side of it, your emotions and things like that. This is a developmental issue. You are now going to have to do a lot of personal growth, and you're going to have to age mentally by like 10, 20 years. A lot of people with porn addiction are stunted. They started and were introduced to porn aged 8 or 9 or 10 years old, and it's been a stand-in for most life skills and most parts of your mental development in all of that time. So it's going to be a lot, and it's going to be really challenging, but it's worth doing. Absolutely worth doing. 100%. I'm just listening instead of watching you stream. Because, well, booba. Oh, they got, oh my god. Oh my god, no! Don't read that message. See, this is the issue. This is what, if you give up the porn, you won't get yourself banned from these places, you know? I had no idea that gooting could be such an issue. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's such a hugely addictive thing for some people. Unfortunately, there are people who are like, so there was a guy, he was addicted to porn, and so his wife said, look, give up the porn or I'll break up with you and I'll get a divorce. And he was like, okay, I'll do it. And she was like, I need some accountability. So he's like, fine, we can download an app on my PC that alerts you if I try to view anything that I shouldn't. And she was like, okay, let's do that. And they didn't put it, he didn't put it on his phone, and he immediately tried to wank in the bathroom alone on his phone, and she had secretly installed it on his phone. So she got the message, and she had made an agreement with him, either you give up the porn or I kick you out. And so she kicked him out, and he's living in his car crying and talking on Reddit about this, right? And completely fucked up his life. And one of the reasons why she was like, it's me or the porn, was he wasn't willing to have sex anymore. He had porn-induced erectile dysfunction. He was masturbating to schoolgirl porn, and they had 2 young girls who were around the age bracket of the schoolgirl porn he was looking at. So like these, girls were doing age play and pretending to be much younger than legal. And that creeped her out. She was not happy with it. She was like, I don't even like that you're watching porn, but this is even more fucked up. I don't think I want you anymore. And he was like, no, it's just messing me up. Like porn can warp your sexuality and stuff. If I give it up, I'll be fine. And they made this agreement, and he chose the porn over his family. And really, he was like, I fucked up, no, sort of thing. Like, people will ruin their lives for porn. Do you consider it cheating? I think that cheating is defined by the boundaries you put up in the relationship. So if you both enjoy porn and you don't give a shit if the other watches porn, then it's not cheating. But if you're like, I don't date anyone who watches porn, and they're like, I don't watch porn, and they do, then that is cheating. And that should absolutely, you should break up with that person. Absolutely. Like I feel like if you are in an open relationship where it's fine to have sex with whoever you want, so long as you don't develop feelings and have an emotional connection, and then they have an emotional connection, that's completely cheating. And you might have a relationship where people are fine with, um, you can be friends with and confide in whoever you want and spend time with whoever you want, just so long as you don't sleep with them. So people have the inverse. So I think cheating is defined by the relationship. Absolutely. Gonna make it a boundary to listen to my 5-hour history talk every week. See, my ex had trouble with this. So, like, when I told him about boundaries, he was like, "Well, then I'm making a boundary that we have to have sex twice a week and things like this." What the fuck? That's not a boundary. That's not actually. Do you know what a boundary is? Like, what is wrong with you? He was so dumb. He's like, "I feel controlled when you set boundaries," and I'm like, "What? Why do you feel controlled when I say things like, if I have something personal that I want to keep private, don't tell other people that private stuff about me?" And he was like, "I feel controlled if I can't do that." I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah. Hey, first time here. I've recently lost my job because of my ADHD and autism. I'm struggling to find the discipline to find another, basically self-sabotaging. What should I be doing with it all? If you can afford therapy, it would be a really good thing to do. You can do therapy online. There are also charities that help you to afford therapy if you can't afford it. So that might be worth looking into if you don't have the funds. But I do think that if you're self-sabotaging, what happens is you get into a loop of behavior that you know is wrong, but you don't know how to break out of it. That is definitely a therapy question. Absolutely. And if you are neurodivergent as well, you can literally look for therapists who specialize in neurodivergencies. So you can literally look for a specialist who helps with ADHD and autism. And they may be able to work with you to develop tools for all sorts of situations that are harder to navigate when your brain isn't typical. So, like, that'll help you have conversations with people when you don't understand social cues, will help you organize even when you have ADHD and executive dysfunction. And some of those things may actually help you with your difficulties with working as well, but they probably have some more tailored tips as well for working too. Also, it's really, really normal for people with ADHD to struggle with employment. And there are lots of people online. There's a YouTube channel called How to ADHD, and that particular lady, she knows about unemployment and self-sabotage and job issues because she had something ridiculous. I can't remember the exact number, but I know it was in the double digits. It was like something like 27 or something different jobs that she'd got fired from before she managed to develop stability and tactics to manage her brain and her world. So she's a really good resource because she's been through it just like you. And that might be an affordable option is there are people out there advising on how to manage these exact struggles. So you don't have to go through them alone. I found out that 70% of autistic people are unemployed. Sometimes it's because they do the job too well though. Like sometimes it's because they put 100% into working and most people don't, and they get burnout really easily. So I was getting shiny because it's hot and getting shiny. So autistic burnout is a big thing. Like one of the life skills that autistic people have to learn is put like 30% of your effort into your job, not 100%. If you're obsessing over a task until it's done, you will wear yourself out incredibly quickly. In sophomore year, I got burnout, but a 4.0 and created clubs. I do not remember anything from that year. Fucking, I have had burnout, but like I was trying to study and take care of my mom and look after hundreds of rescue animals. And I was just going through a lot and juggling a ridiculous amount. And I learned some pretty unhealthy coping mechanisms, like eating a lot more food to stay awake because that worked better for me than caffeine, for example, and not sleeping for days. And I probably did myself some considerable damage doing all that. And then I didn't learn after I left home to do any other way. So I was biting off so much more than I could chew. I was doing rescue work, taking care of rescue animals. I was self-employed, had a job. I was also streaming, started doing a second job. Um, and I was volunteering for multiple charities. and doing voluntary work of different kinds. So, and I was running a couple of charities as well. So I was doing too much, too much. Was very, very sleepy. But yeah, now my heart rate is normal. Like it wasn't before. But now my heart rate is normal. I was extremely addicted to caffeine in high school. I needed it to stay up late for study for tests and stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people inadvertently damage their brains and their hearts doing this. But I will say as well, some people take caffeine tablets. They don't like coffee or whatever. They'll take caffeine tablets. I didn't even know these existed, and I saw like a 19-year-old guy taking these pills to stay awake. Um, when and I was just shaking my head like, "Holy fuck, it's gonna ruin you." But like, what it quite often does to overdose on caffeine when you're young, like drinking loads of Monster or whatever, right, is that it slows down your metabolism exponentially. And even if you give up the caffeine, sometimes that metabolism doesn't come back. So if you run into health issues, like if you start having heart attacks or whatever from it, then you give it up, you gain a bunch of weight, and there isn't anything you can do about it. It slows it? Yes, because caffeine speeds up your metabolism, but then your body adjusts to that rate of coffee. So, in order for your metabolism just to be normal anymore, it needs to be hopped up on caffeine. And then when you come off the caffeine, your metabolism slows exponentially because it needed all that caffeine just to be normal. And then, yeah, then you're for many, many years, you just don't get your metabolism back. So don't be taking fuck ton of caffeine. Also, I met someone the other day who had a heart attack because they were drinking 4 to 8 Red Bulls a day. So and they nearly died. And it was in the UK, so they had to wait an hour and a half for their ambulance, and they almost didn't survive because emergency services are fucked in my country, absolutely fucked. So yeah, really, really dangerous. Don't drink too much caffeine. No. Why does saying that make me crave a coffee, though? I'm so annoyed with the way that I work because quite often, if I decide I shouldn't do anything anymore, I want it more, and I don't know why. Dangerous and expensive. Red Bull is not cheap. I don't actually know the price of Red Bull. It's between 175 and £2.10. I don't know how much any of the others are. By comparison, no caffeine after around 3 p.m. and I stick to it most days. And after a few weeks of misery, it felt better and I have been able to stick to it. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, I'll only have coffee in the morning if I need it. And occasionally 2 coffees if I know I can't sleep. So like if I'm like I have to pull an all-nighter today, I will take a coffee early in the day. But I find that like multiple cups of tea is more like a cup of tea every couple of hours seems to be more effective for me than like huge hits of caffeine. Coffee is essentially a drug. Yeah, but so is every emotion you've ever had though, Mike. Like love is a drug, fear is a drug, anger is a drug, like anxiety is a drug. You like your entire brain is just full of neurochemicals or is just full of drugs essentially, and it doses you according to the situation. Every night, your sleep is a drug. You get dosed with a drug that paralyzes your body. So if you dream or react to your dreams, you don't just like fly out of a window or some shit. It keeps you still when you sleep, so you don't like fall out of the tree when you're sleeping in the trees as a monkey. So like most things are a drug. Your entire existence, you've got a drug dealer in your brain every single day. But that's what sleep paralysis is, by the way. If you get sleep paralysis, it's because you wake up and the drug that paralyzes you hasn't worn off. And because you haven't fully woken up, you are still in a semi-dream state. Because you can be conscious in a dream state. There are loads of different ways you can be conscious in a dream state. For example, you could be dreaming and you can realize you're dreaming and control the dream and have a lucid dream. That is kind of semi-consciousness. But there are other forms of it, like if you have ADHD, certain regions of the brain apparently fall asleep while you are awake. So certain parts of your brain's ability to function just shuts down whilst you're awake, eyes open, thinking, walking, doing. There are loads of different ways that your brain can mix up the stages and be more conscious than it should during what should be dream state or sleep state. Also, we have micro sleeps. So when you zone out, when you just stare off into space, you just have a little stare, and you're like, it feels like a yawn almost, but you're not yawning. That is your brain doing a micro sleep. So your brain flushes out all of the plaque and byproducts that thinking and using a brain creates. And if it doesn't flush that out, you get dementia. So it flushes it out when you sleep. That's part of the sleep function, is to clear out the plaque in your brain and flush it all out. And so sometimes if you're tired or if you just need extra flushing, you will zone out and your brain will do a mini version of sleep. It will do a mini flush in that time that you're zoning out. So if you just need to stop thinking for a sec and just stare into space, do it. It's good for your brain. Very, very good for your brain. So yeah, and all of those are a different combination of brain drugs that cause those to happen. So your entire existence is a drug. Rain, thank you so much. I appreciate the gifty, sweetheart. Hope you're doing good. Martin, thank you, thank you. And Rogue, oh my god, Rogue, I just saw. Holy shit, Rogue. Wishing you good vibes. It's been so long. I hope you're well, sweetheart. Thanks for the resub. I'm a drug addict, and the thing that makes it hard to quit is because of people loving me and caring for me, and I feel shame that's crippling. Any thoughts on how to deal with the shame? Therapy. That is absolutely a therapy thing. Absolutely a therapy thing, because you need to find a new way to process your current situation. Yeah, because I can't fix that with you with a few things to say. There is nothing there's no short thing that I could say that will help you with that. That will take unpicking, unpacking, finding out when you first felt that way. Quite often, we are just repeating patterns that protected us in childhood. The Backrooms is totally right about that. Like, if you watch that movie, what fit and helped you in childhood is the path you will keep looping for the rest of your life until you find a way to break out of it. Therapy is quite often about breaking loops. And if you're in a loop where you end up falling prey to your addiction because being loved and cared for triggers you in a way that it wouldn't with most people, then that is absolutely something you need to go and deconstruct and break out that loop. Otherwise, it will fuck you for the rest of your life until it kills you. Like, it's a matter of survival for you to get therapy. Would you date an ex-drug addict? Probably not. Not because I don't think that they can be wonderful people, and not because I have any judgment for people who've fallen into drugs. I feel like I don't think it's like this terrible decision that you make or a lack of will. We've proven that quite a lot of people who are addicted to anything have a gene in common that we discovered in mice, and that some people are just not fighting the same battle. Like, we all feel hunger differently. We all feel life differently, and we're all battling different urges at different difficulty settings. So I think that people who are addicts are worthy of love. But I also know that when someone is an addict, even if they've been sober for like 30 years, they are still an addict. It is still incredibly tempting. Temptation never goes away. And so there is always this risk that they will just suddenly do a U-turn and crash and burn and completely fuck up their life for a little while again. That is always like a thing hanging over their head that they will have to battle every day and resist every day. Um, once you're an addict, you stay in recovery for the rest of your life. And for me, I grew up with no stability. I was heavily neglected. I starved. I was abused. I had just such a hideous time in life. And it made me completely unaware that good people existed and completely blind to bad behavior because I was so used to it and it was my normal. And that made me subject to abuse in my adult life. And I had terrible relationships and friendships for a while until I figured it all out. And I never got to have stability. I moved something like 20 times in my childhood and teens. I never had reliable access to food, hot water, safety, none of it. And so I've had such a turbulent life. I yearn for peace. I yearn for stability. I yearn for something to be there and for me to know it'll still be there tomorrow. And I hoard food and hide it. Like, I don't decorate my home because I think, well, I might have to leave tomorrow. What's the point in investing anything in it if I will just cry about having to lose it all because a landlord kicked me out or whatever? I've just had no stability and it ruins my relationship with so many things that other people enjoy. And so I feel like if I was with a addict, having it loom over me that at any point they could just die of an overdose. Like, we could be fine and I might not know that they're back on it for a week or two and they could just die. Or they could end up selling everything precious to me because they've gotten addicted again. Like, I think they deserve support and love, but I am so, so done with instability and having to hold people close who are also a threat that I am the wrong person for that dynamic. There are other people who have family, who have loved ones, who have a support network, who have their own stability, who'd be perfect for that situation because they have a net, a safety net if anything goes wrong, but I'm completely alone. Both my parents are dead and I have no one. So I am in the wrongest position possible to provide stability and safety for somebody because if someone feels like a threat, I will constantly just be aware of it and afraid of it all of the time. And I'm never bringing anything into my life that is a looming threat ever again. My entire childhood was a looming threat. I'm never dealing with a looming threat again. So I think it would be unhealthy for me, but I just don't think I'd be able to provide the right things for somebody who is an addict. And I think knowing that about myself means that if somebody was an addict and they tried to get in a relationship with me and I said, no, you need somebody who can provide you with stability without being threatened by your condition. And those people exist. I'm just not that person. I'm self-aware enough to see that train wreck ahead of time, and we can just be friends, and we can be in each other's lives in a way where it wouldn't be destructive or chaotic or horrible. What would you suggest to people that don't enjoy socializing and get drained massively by social interactions so that they don't end up completely alone in life? People aren't draining, but they can feel draining if you are suppressing yourself, if you're overthinking things, if you have social anxiety, if you are masking things like autism, etc., or if you're surrounding yourself with people that you can't be yourself around. So I used to think that I found people draining until I got rid of all the people in my life and actually hung out with decent people. Like, um, but you sometimes people overthink things and they suck their belly in and they hide all of the things about themselves they think will be unpalatable, and they are constantly trying really hard to socialize. And truthfully, when you find the right people to socialize with, it's no effort at all, and you don't have to try. And so, like, my ex had a bestie, and they would just sit on his bestie's bed and they would just smoke and watch TV together. And sometimes his bestie would just sit and play like a MOBA, I forgot which one. I think it might have been Dota. Playing Dota with his back turned whilst my ex just laid on the bed and watched documentaries. And they would just spend time together like that. They wouldn't even try. They wouldn't try to hold a conversation. They wouldn't try to be around each other. They wouldn't try to be perfect for each other. They wouldn't mask anything. They would just exist together for days at a time. Like, he would come and stay over and they would just exist together, right? And so, like, that would feel like a break to both of them. They weren't trying. And so a huge aspect of it is you need to draw a circle around why you're trying to socialize, because there shouldn't be any effort in it whatsoever. And when you isolate why it's causing you to try so hard, that will be when socializing becomes energizing rather than draining. Like a really common one is autism, autistic people masking and having to comply with social norms that don't apply to them mentally. So they're having to do all this gymnastics to detect things that they don't find easy to perceive, like body language, facial expressions, these sorts of things, and nonverbal cues. And like having to do a ridiculous dance that doesn't make sense to you because you can't hear the music, you don't know what rhythm you're supposed to be doing it to, can be really fucking draining and scary because anything could blow up. You could misunderstand something because you're not reading it the same way everybody else does. And if you misunderstand something, you could just ruin it all. And that's terrifying and vulnerable and agitating. And everyone's living by rules you just don't get and don't relate to. And that's just really fucking hard. And so, like, you might end up just socializing with a bunch of other people who also have autism and find that, oh, fuck, this is suddenly easy now, or something like that. Like, it can be that, you grew up in isolation and everything you were taught doesn't apply to any of these situations and you feel completely lost and you're having to learn all social skills that everyone else learned when they were 6, but you're 25. Like, there are so many different reasons, so many different niche examples of why, but socializing isn't draining. You've just found the most draining way to do it. Like, everybody's on the walk setting, you've put it on the run setting, and you're wondering why nobody else is exhausted. That's the real issue. How do I get a better understanding of social cues as someone with autism, as I just don't see it sometimes and it makes me look stupid? So there are loads of different approaches. One of them is you can go to therapy. There's therapists who specialize in people with autism. I have a friend who has very severe autism who goes to a therapist, and she gets loads of advice on, like, sometimes even they'll just sit there and rehearse typical social interactions that she doesn't quite understand, and they reprocess it and repackage it for her so she gets it and has like a way to respond to it that makes sense to her that other people would find digestible too. But also, they just explain things and run through things with people so that they have an easier time socializing and have protocols and things that they can do to make that more manageable for them. So that's absolutely an option you can do. There are also just lots of people with autism who have got together and provided each other with advice and how to, and you can definitely do your research on that because you have the internet at your fingertips. So this is the easiest time to have autism that has ever existed. I'm sure that there were literally autistic cavemen, but now all of the knowledge on how to manage autism is at your fingertips in an instant whenever you feel like reading it. And you can read, which most of humans throughout history could not do. So, like, you have the cheat codes. You can research this. There are people who've faced everything you've faced and more with autism. So that the approaches and the solutions have already been there, have been existent for a while, and you can definitely look them up. Hey Anita, what keeps you moving forward when things seem to fall apart? I just remembered that life isn't supposed to go well all of the time, and that things will fall apart over and over again, and that you don't have a good life by stopping disasters and stopping the unexpected and stopping loss because you can't. All of those things are inevitable for the rest of your life. You use the opportunity to build something new in its place over and over again because the funny thing about human brains is, and also just brains in general, all animal brains too, if you don't suffer, your brain will shut down. Suffering is an aspect of your ability to be conscious and have a functioning brain. And we know this now because we started growing little mini human brains in petri dishes. They're called organoids. If you haven't heard of them, look into it. It's fascinating. So organoids are being used as a tool because they have high processing power on low energy. so they can be used to process information. And they literally make these little brains that are just detached and have no bodies. They make these brains think that they are butterflies in their downtimes. They just flit around in a virtual world and they think they're a butterfly until they're put to use, which is crazy. But what they learned is if they have no negative experiences, they shut down. So you can't just put them in a super happy, perfect little world, because they will break and decay and fall apart instantly. So it is inevitable and important to experience suffering and loss. It is not just like oh, but how will you know how good things are if you have no bad experiences to compare it to? You have to take the good with the bad, and that's a very shallow part of like a bigger truth, which is it's essential for your brain health to have terrible experiences. That is just part of it. And we know that it's good to be conscious enough to suffer. Like, it's good to feel good. It's harder to realize that suffering is a bit of a privilege, and that to know that a rock is hard because you fell on it is an amazing experience, because most of the matter in the universe is dead and doesn't feel anything. So, like, a star doesn't feel anything, a comet doesn't feel anything, most of the planets don't feel anything, most of the mass in this universe feels nothing. And so to feel fear and anger and sadness and shame and all of those experiences is a privilege. To know all of the spectrum of feeling and human existence is a rare and beautiful privilege. It just sucks sometimes to endure it, but it's still a privilege, right? And we know it because we watch horror movies and things. Like, we will go on scary fairground rides and stuff like that. We know that these experiences are fun to some degree, or like a privilege to some degree. And no, that's not going to make it feel easier when you go through a breakup or you get diagnosed with cancer or you lose someone. Like, it's not going to make that feel awesome. You're not going to be like, oh, what a privilege it is to watch my friend die in a car accident. Like, you're never going to feel that way, and that's okay. But to retroactively look back and go, I can endure this because for millions of years, every single person I'm descended from went through tragedies, went through horrible things, went through losses and breakups and accidents, injuries, all these things. And they lived and they did amazing things and they changed the world and they had descendants and they did all this crazy stuff. And that's incredible. And none of it could be possible unless they endured the slightly more annoying and difficult parts of it. And so when I go through something hard, I'm like, yeah, some parts of life are supposed to suck. And I know that in between every time I've gone through something hard, things have been awesome again. You don't get to feel awesome things unless you deal with the awful stuff. That's how it works. You have to do all of it. And it's worth it. I went through horrible shit growing up, but I would go through it all again to have the life I have now. And that makes me realize, yeah, it's not going to go well forever. I'm going to have to pay my dues and do a little bit more. I'm going to have to pay my debt. And that's fine with me. There's no high enough price. I would suffer again to live this life. Absolutely. Are you scared of heavy physical pain and illness and torture? I feel that breaks the appreciation of both sides feeling I have about it. No, I'm not afraid of physical pain, illness, and torture, because that's just being a woman passively. I have to endure all of that every single month at least. If I ever want kids, I will have to dial that up times 1,000. Also, I have a chronic illness, so I vomit between around about 8 times a day. I choke and drown often. I am in constant pain. I am incredibly tired, and I feel like I've endured a fuck ton of agony to exist. And I know that I will again. I'll have another period, for example. And we've done studies that compare the pain of a period to about a heart attack. They're similar amount of pain. So, and I know I'll have to face that every single month for many, many years. And I still want to live. I'm still fine. And I'm not sat there going, oh no, it's coming. I've only got 29 more days. No, I'm fine. And this is why women can sit there and get a tattoo and just not even blink, and men will sit there and scream and cry. We are taught that suffering is baked into existence. Long time ago, I've been having periods, awful periods, since I was at least 9, maybe 8. So, no, I'm not afraid of those. I feel like the privilege to be afraid of those is usually not something that women ever feel because we're on hard mode. Does a woman get mood swings after having a baby? I mean, they can do. You go through matrescence, which is your entire brain changes for many, many years after you've had a child. You go through neurotrimming, and it changes how you respond to everything and how you process anything. But also your organs and your entire nervous system and everything has just gone through a major shift. And if you have to take care of the baby alone, it is inevitable that the lack of sleep will damage your brain and also cause mental health issues. Um, Lack of sleep from taking care of a baby alone is a huge cornerstone of postnatal depression, which can get so severe that you either kill yourself or kill your baby, or both. So it's a pretty no joke serious condition. And a lot of people who get it, fuck dads, I mean, technically true, but like, fuck you. A lot of people who get it are just not getting supported enough by their partner or their family whilst having a kid, because taking care of a child's needs every couple of hours is impossible for one single human. Um, so with that, yeah, I'd say there's lots of grounds for mood swings and shifts to do with your brain if you've had a kid. And the less support you have, the worse it'll be. Thanks, Tamir. I kind of feel like I've met a lot of Christians and people who believe in God who have also gotten sick and died and have prayed and prayed and prayed and never been saved. So if God does anything, he doesn't cure illness. He created all the illnesses on the planet. So if there was a God, I'm going to assume he did this to me on purpose. I wouldn't ask the person who gave me an illness to get rid of it. But I don't have a God. But, if I did, I don't think I'd be praying about it. But thanks for the suggestion. But also, like, if I wanted to be religious, I probably couldn't be Christian anyway, because a lot of Christians think that Tourette syndrome is demonic possession. So a lot of us get persecuted and actually go through horrendous experiences with the church. So it's not really safe for us to enter churches if you have Tourette syndrome, because people will splash you with fluids, pin you down, do impromptu exorcisms, this sort of stuff. Like, all of the people I know with Tourette's in the UK have had a horrific or traumatizing experience with Christianity. It's that common. It's genuinely that common. There's an article you can look up of a guy who was pinned down in a shop by a Christian who jumped on him and drew a flask out of his jacket, lashing at his face with the thing, splashing him in the face over and over again, and speaking in tongues and shit, trying to help him because of his tics. So unfortunately, I don't live in a country or an environment where I would have the privilege of even looking into Christianity. Unfortunately, it is a source of huge, like, people with Tourette's get huge religious persecution because our condition is misinterpreted as demons or evil. Wait, really? Yeah, you can go read about it. I actually had a podcast where I would sit here and I had multiple people with Tourette syndrome all on at once, and I was like, "Put your hand up if you've had an involuntary exorcism," and we all put one up. It's either an exorcism or like a baptism that was a bit aggressive and forceful and not consensual. So, yeah, it's a very unexpected difficulty of Tourette syndrome is the church is not safe. The church does not believe in your condition, even though you can find it on a brain scan. Like, the church is not very accepting or understanding of Tourette's, sadly, and there's a lot of misconceptions that need to be fixed. I literally very recently was in a car with someone and I was like, you know, a lot of people think I'm possessed. And he was like, yeah, I think you're possessed too. I was like, what the fuck? Like a friend of mine who I've known for a while was said that. I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, I I don't think I'm not in a position where it'd be safe to turn to God about anything because yeah, not a lot of religions. Also, there are other religions. Some people think it's jinn, for example, which is a different religion. Christianity isn't the only religion that is a bit unsafe for people with Tourette's. Which religion is okay with Tourette's? Well, I've not had any problems with the Buddhists. The Buddhists haven't done anything about me. Frosty, thank you so much. Quick question, I often get stuck in my own head. I overthinking, worrying, blaming myself mostly on things that don't matter in the end. I don't want to assume, but I imagine you've had similar problems. How do you deal with it? Any tips? I know it's a personal solution, but I'm not expecting any miracles. I'd say therapy is a really good opportunity for this. This is definitely something therapy would cover because you can talk to them about unhelpful thought patterns and how the way that you mentally respond to things that other people are fine with is not healthy for you, and that essentially your behavior is just self-destructive in that instance. But like overthinking is a misuse of the imagination. You're basically using it to abuse yourself. You could be sat there imagining anything, you know? You could be riding a unicorn, eating a bagel into the sunset, and you're using it to imagine terrible situations and blame yourself for stuff that ultimately isn't your fault. And I can't solve that in an instant. I can't solve overthinking in an instant because even if I told you a load of things that made you think, ah, yeah, logically, that makes a lot of sense. Your emotions don't listen to the reason and will make you feel it anyway. So I would go to therapy about that one. Abso-fucking-lutely. Do you meditate at all? No, I don't. I don't. Bilbo, thank you so much. A lot of people suggested it for Tourette's. I can tell you now that if you have Tourette's and you meditate, you just meditate with Tourette's. You just still sit there and tick. It doesn't go away when you meditate. Have you ever tried? Yes, I have. I used to have a friend. We used to go meditate in the woods or by the beach together, and he would just spend the entire time trying not to laugh. So, no, that is not really an option. Any advice on regaining self-motivation? I feel like I'm in the past, had goals that I wanted to work towards. Now I just don't care anymore. Few things. Raven, thank you so much. So firstly, motivation isn't going to come and find you. Quite often you have to go do the thing and get it started before the motivation comes. And it's not really a feeling, it's a decision. You're not gonna wake up one day and be like, "I suddenly feel like doing everything hard that I've been avoiding my whole life." Like, usually that doesn't happen. Usually, if you wanna go running in the morning, but when you wake up in the morning, you really don't feel like it, you have to put your shoes on and get out of the house, and then the momentum will come, and then you'll start running. But if you're waiting for the motivation before you put on the shoes, you're likely never to go. Like, a huge aspect of reaching for things that you know are gonna be hard is reasoning with the fact that you're gonna have to do things you don't feel like doing. Unfortunately, I don't have the capacity to do that very well. The part of my brain that helps with self-restraint and discipline and all that stuff just doesn't work in my head. And so trying to develop discipline was actually doing me brain damage. For example, trying to fix my sleeping pattern over and over again was actually causing me sleep deprivation, but it would never stick. So I just became a night owl instead, and my whole life changed. I was healthy, I was productive, I just did everything at night, right? And by the same token, I just do things that I want to do, and I find a way to make that work. So I play computer games for a living and I talk to people, and that's perfect because I've always talked too much. I've always been a bit of a yapper, I guess. So being able to find a way to make profit from that and live a life and have security from that is ideal. So I can't recommend enough. If you are going to go about life and you're feeling demotivated, for me, my solution was to do all the things I do for fun and just make a way to live my life that way. Because then I didn't have to have any restraint or force myself to do anything ever again. Because that just wasn't working. How many times a day do you get tips and cures suggested for your Tourette's by random people? Personally, it looks tiring. Uh, funnily enough, when I first came to Twitch, there were a lot of people that were mentally ill that genuinely thought that they had the cure for my Tourette's and would try to talk to me, and they would contact my mods and my management and stuff and be like, "Hey, I just need to speak to her for 15 minutes and I will fix her Tourette's. I need you to put me through to her. It's really hard to connect with her just through chat." There are other people who, like hypnotists, who thought they could cure my Tourette's and stuff like that. And I kind of found it really amusing, kind of silly. Some people thought that a raw meat diet or like a pure meat diet was going to fix it and things like this. Um, and just really, really silly, ridiculous things. Some people think prayer is like, I've never known a single neurological condition to ever be cured by prayer. Some people think that, meditate. Did I say meditation? I mean, just saw meditation. But people have suggested a bunch of ridiculous things, absolutely ridiculous things. Ball gag. Have you tried a ball gag? So all I can do is really laugh. I can't avoid people doing this. So I just take the absurdist perspective of being it's ridiculous that I'm in this situation and that everything is so random and that, this is something that I face on a regular basis. It's just kind of funny. Because, like, if I got stressed about it, then yeah, it would drain the shit out of me. But you have to find a way to manage all the inevitable things about life that you cannot control, or they will control you. How would you go about starting again? I'm an introvert fellow in my 40s, single for 9 years, unemployed for six, and a carer for a parent for 10 plus years. And they were given a year to live. Oh, that sounds really rough. I would say that there are plenty of other people in your position who are also looking for love. Like, I feel like if you there are carers meetups for people who are carers, for example, where people socialize who, they hang out with other people who just get it. There are so many other people who are struggling for work right now. It is a really, really tough job market. Just because you're unemployed, it doesn't mean that you deserve to be unemployed or that you're unemployable. Like, it is just really hard to find a job. And so, you're going to find a lot of people who are unemployed right now. Absolutely. I don't think that that's a huge thing to be judged for in this economy. Yeah. I don't think these are the obstacles you think they are. I really, really don't. And if you're looking for connection and someone to love you and someone to spend time with and watch movies with and laugh with, I don't think that your financial position really is relevant to that. Some people just want company. Some people just want to be loved. So I think if you are capable of loving someone, then you're definitely capable of dating again. However you want to go about that. Do you connect better with people who have Tourette's? No, I just trigger them. We just trigger each other a lot and shout at each other a lot. That's the only difference. I think someone having the same neurological condition as you doesn't really make a difference in how well you'll get along or whether you have much in common. Because, like, in the same way that if two people have eczema, it doesn't make them soulmates. Doesn't mean they're gonna be best mates. Like, do you itch too? Oh, I got itch too! Like, I feel like people are just people to me. I could get on with anyone. But it's just gonna be a very loud interaction if they have Tourette's. Because we're just gonna trigger each other. You spoke earlier about social stuff being less exhausting if you're just your real self, but what if your real self is really negative and complainy in a rough period of time? That is a life skill. So, one of the things that you're gonna have to learn is that in order to respect other people, you have to be able to go through a hard day and not make it anyone else's problem. Okay? If you come home and you take it out on your partner when you've had a bad day, they should leave you. You should be alone. Um, because I can have a rough day or go through something negative, and when I socialize with my friends, I just want to have fun with them. You know, I don't want to go there to complain and just spread my shitty day to them. If we're going to go bowling later, I want us to just go laugh and do bowling. I could use a positive experience. I've had a rough day. That would make a nice change. I don't want to bring my day and just vomit it on the other people. And so, like, it is a life skill to know that when you have a bad day, it's nobody else's fault, and to contain your anger and put it where it belongs and not redirect it at innocent people who haven't harmed you. So it is a form of abuse. If everyone needs to make sure you've had a good day and had a good time in order for them to feel safe or feel okay or be allowed to smile or laugh or be allowed to enjoy their day. Okay? So if you had like a grumpy dad at home where if he got home from work and he was angry, then everyone else has to whisper and tiptoe around him and be very gentle and very appeasing towards him, or he'll explode on them. Like, he's worthless. He should have been dumped. The wife should have kicked him out and got him away from the kids, because that is not normal. And like, toddlers do that, but adults don't. So when you get to a certain age, you have to realize that if you are feeling negative feelings, that is not anyone else's problem. That doesn't mean you have to bottle it up and tell nobody, but it does mean that you have to pick and choose how and where you express your feelings sometimes. And that doesn't have to be draining if you just reframe the way you look at it. Like, when my mom died, I wasn't home. And I was with other people. I got the news in the morning and I had to just go about my day and be around other people, knowing that I would never see my mom again, right? And that she had just died overnight. And my friend we literally passed a graveyard. And my friend was like, I don't know how to deal with people who've dealt with loss or who are going through lots of negative things. I tend to stay away from people who've gone through lots of negative things because I'm very empathetic and it makes me feel terrible too. And it ruins my day and it makes me feel awful. And I was walking there like, that must be really tough because everyone goes through a rough time sometimes. And they were like, yeah, but I feel like you should go about it a certain way. And I have to remove myself from people like that. And I felt like that was such a vocal cue that, you know, whatever you're going through, please do not spill it on me because I feel it too deeply to handle it. And I was like, noted. And I just didn't bring up the fact that, you know, I'd just gone through this awful experience. You know, one of the most awful things I've gone through in my life. And like, I didn't talk to anyone about it. Like, I had to go and do my day. I had a lot of commitments and things I had to do that day, and I didn't talk to anyone about it. I didn't unload it on anyone. I didn't make it anyone else's problem at all. I and I took it as an opportunity because I was like, at least good fun things can happen today. At least I can do stuff that is nice on such a hard day, because I think it would be worse if I just had to sit at home and just think about how hard that was. And so I embraced that I had to go and do all these things, you know? Um, and I think like that was me being mature, because I absolutely did grieve and I absolutely did cry and I did bring up a friend and talk about it who, you know, I know is willing to listen and wants to be there for me in that capacity, and had already spoken about it and was like, you know, when she does die, you can totally ring me and we can hang out. You know, you can cry, you can talk about your feelings. It's not going to drive me away and it's not going to be a drag. I chose them for that. They'd volunteered. And so I feel like if your true self is negative, you're allowed to feel negative things, but like a life skill you need to learn is how to not make that other people's problem. If Because the truth of the matter is, the central circle I'm going to draw around this is fuck off if you fuck off if you fuck off if you go through a crisis with another person and you are bad at managing your emotions and you make it that other person's problem that you're going through this, they're going through it too, right? And so now that other person has to deal with this awful situation and deal with you. Now they have to dread going through this whole thing and dread you being there with them. And when you have a real connection with someone, whether it's a relationship or a friendship or a family member, you usually turn to other people for support through a hard situation. But if you are someone who is really negative when you've gone through something bad, you become a burden to people who are going through it with you. So, like, if your house washes away in a flash flood, you want the kind of partner or the kind of family member or friend who is going to work with you on solutions and rebuild the house, go find emergency services, find shelter, all of these things with you. Not someone who's going to cry, whinge, take it out on you, be snappy, be angry, be distracted, be emotional, like learning the skill of knowing where and how to express those emotions and the right way is so important. And you can still be genuine with that. You can still be genuinely yourself. I'm not saying you have to mask. Like, I was genuinely sad on the day that I lost my mom, but I was so happy to have distractions and things that were nice about the day so that I didn't have to spend the entire day crying, because I don't think that would have made it easier on me. If I felt like, no, I don't want to do all this stuff, I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm angry at the world, I would have stayed home. I would have stayed home. I wouldn't have, if I couldn't be a positive person, I wouldn't go places where people have gone to be positive with each other. Sounds like my dad, not that it's directed at any of us or blamed at us, but just that it brought some bad energy into the room, so to speak. Yeah, and that's a skill issue. And your dad can totally mature out of it. I feel like one of the things that we do with a lot of dads specifically is we give them a lot of room to be socially and emotionally inept, and we don't put any pressure on them to mature and handle things properly like an adult. And that's really weird because they expect you to handle everything like an adult and handle things maturely, but then they also expect you to tolerate them acting like a mental 2-year-old. And that's not acceptable. And so I do think that some dads do need to kick up the butt to express their feelings. I literally saw an Onion video it might have been this morning actually, an Onion video about how they developed a method for dads to express themselves and read and express emotions like pride, for example. Um, and it was just like a little game board or something. And that's how common it is. But it was a joke that it's so common. Everyone in the comment section immediately knew a dad like that or had a dad like that. It's so common to placate and pander to underdeveloped dads who have no communication skills or emotional regulation. And I think the wife should threaten to leave them. The kids should not tolerate it. And I feel like a lot of times the dad is the financial breadwinner and uses that as leverage for everyone to have to tolerate how they behave. And I think that's completely unfucking acceptable. How do we tell a friend or family member, dude, keep your negativity to yourself? It's a rough balance between validating them, self-blame for my empathy for them, and allowing them to be, and also protecting myself. Um, I think that you can set boundaries, and especially in the moment. Like, if someone is being incredibly negative, you can literally say, I'm sorry, I'm not in the headspace to deal with a lot of negativity right now. Can we change the subject? That's like a really polite one, but it's firm and it's in the moment. Because like some people will trauma dump on you when you didn't volunteer your time. Like friendship is supporting each other, but I feel like it should be voluntary. So the friend that you usually confide in, today they might be going through a rough day and not have the mental bandwidth to be your therapist for free. Or they might have met up with you to have fun and they're expecting fun and you've just lured them into a 3 therapy session. And normally someone would be paid 40 to 90 pounds an hour to do what you're forcing your friend to do for free. And that is just as bad as asking someone to move your house for them so you don't have to pay a mover £1,000, or asking someone to clean your house for you so you don't have to pay a cleaner 40 or 50 quid an hour. Like it's that rude to trauma dump on someone without consent. So if someone says, I'm here if you ever need to talk, and you're, hey, I do actually need to talk, do you have some time? And if they're like, no, I don't have time right now, I have to go in 30 minutes. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, if you ever do have time, will you let me know? Because I feel like I would love your input on something. And then they can tell you when they are ready. But you can't just use someone as therapist impromptu and just vomit all of your negative feeling onto somebody without them specifically going, I'm ready, and rolling up their sleeves and going, what's going on? How are you? I'm here if you need to talk, open up to me. You're not going to drive me away. Like those sorts of words are the consent. And just because you've got consent once doesn't mean you have consent forever in every circumstance for a 3 therapist at the drop of a hat. And if someone is being bitchy and someone's being cruel and negative and like they come to you and they're just criticizing other people and like laughing and going, oh, that person's so fat. Did you see they gained weight? And oh, they're a loser and they lost their job and I hate the way their voice sounds and stuff. Just be like, I don't know, this conversation's making me really uncomfortable. I don't really see people this harshly. Can we change the subject? And they might try to justify themselves, and you can just cut them off and go, oh, you don't need to justify yourself. You're allowed to feel that however you want about Jimmy. I just don't want to talk about negative things about other people. It makes me uncomfortable. So, and why don't we talk about my new dog? And you can just re-divert the conversation, but you can let them know it's because you don't want to bitch about this person. You can absolutely do that. And also another one is stonewalling, where you just don't respond to the comment and you change the subject. So if someone goes, oh my God, did you see that girl's dress? It was ridiculous. You can blink at them silently for a few seconds and go, anyway, I baked this cake and I wondered if you all wanted to try it. How does it taste? Did I do well? Like, that's also another way. If you want to do like minor emotional damage, make it embarrassing. In the spirit of lightened topics, what made you happy today? I have all these caterpillars I've been taking care of. I've been yoinking them and raising them, and I'm fattening them up. Thank you so much, Influx. I appreciate it. To point, how dark? You okay going with this stream? Because there's a topic that holds for 60% of people across all disabilities, and it's a nightmare. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the topic is. I guess I'm not the 60%. But let me show you my caterpillars. I will be right back with my caterpillars. You will love my caterpillars, okay? Prepare to love my caterpillars. No. Oh, I love you too. Okay, you can have a little bit of love, but I have to stream, okay? Yes, I love you. These are very important. I'm so squishy and soft and smooth. Love, love, love. Excuse me. Can't just ignore him. So this is my box of caterpillars. Can you see them in there? They are orange and black and stripy. I wonder if I get closer. Will it focus? Can you see them? Hold them up to the camera, it focuses. It does not focus. It's focusing on my hand. Oh, there we go. Can you see him? Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, so I've been encouraging ragwort in my garden. So ragwort is the leaves you see in there. They're the only leaves that they eat. And they become this beautiful moth called a cinnabar moth. And last year, I took a bunch of them and I fed them up. And when they turned hardened and they turned into pupa, I released some of them back out into the wild and I kept some of them. And I was really scared that it had gotten too hot and that it dried them out and that they wouldn't, release. And I put them in some moss and I left them and they didn't come out all year. A whole year. And I thought, I fucked it. They're probably all dead. I'm a terrible person, but I'll maintain it anyway. So I changed the moss and I kept it slightly spritzed and a tiny little bit moist, but not too moist. And I just took care of it in the hopes that maybe I was wrong. And I've been releasing moths. They've come out a year later, which is so cool. And I've really enjoyed that. And I released them back onto the ragwort. So the ragwort is a weed that is popping up between the cracks in my pavement and things like this. And I don't mind that it kind of looks a bit scuffed. I don't mind letting it grow because, these caterpillars need it to live and they can't live on any other plant. And so what happens is they eat the plant to death because loads of them are born and they all sit on a leaf each and they eat all of the leaves at once. And so what happens is the plant gets too damaged to survive and it dies. And when the plant gets marched down to just a few strands and there's nothing left of it, they eat each other like Hunger Games. They all eat each other because there's no food left, right? And that's horrible. So what I do is I collect them all, I put them in this box, and then after I keep them in the box, I go out and I take one leaf off every single plant in my back garden that's ragwort, just one. So they only lose one leaf a day instead of the whole plant. And so they eat the ragwort at a sustainable rate that the plant can survive, so the plant doesn't die. And neither do the caterpillars. And then I can release them all. And I just enjoy doing it. I like watching them get fatter and fatter every day. They grow at such a rapid rate. And they're stripy and cute and fat. And birds don't eat them because they're poisonous. They look really tasty, to be fair. But I guess I just don't think like a bird because the coloration says, I'm poisonous, don't eat me. And it works. It's like a neon sign. The birds are like, I won't eat you. I also have a dead bird. It's actually really sad, but I'm gonna show you anyway. I was gonna put her out today, but I'll put her out tomorrow instead. This is my dead bird. She flew into my window. It was really strange. I'll cover my face so it focuses. She's really pretty. I'm kind of sad that she's dead. I would show you her beautiful wings. It's hard to move her wings and stuff though because she has rigor mortis. But she is a house sparrow and she's really gorgeous. Look at her beautiful little belly. But she just like flew into a window. She flew into my house and flew into the window. I think I'm not entirely sure how it happened because she flew into a window where it doesn't make sense. I have no idea how she got in my house. I have no idea how this happened. But I have my theories. You'll cook her? No, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put her outside so her family, because all of her friends and family live in my garden. So I'm gonna put her outside so they see that she's dead and they don't go looking for her or wonder where she went. And then I'll bury her. Sorry for the wait. I had to go wash my hands because, they're dirty. But yeah, it is really sad. She's so beautiful. When she knocked herself out, she was twitching and she closed her eyes, so I thought maybe she's unconscious. So I left her in a box to see if she'd wake up again. And I was really hoping she'd become conscious again, but she didn't. She is very, very dead. Did you put post it on the door? Yes, I did. It is already there, just in case it was that my door was open. But like I was just facing away from the window eating and watching a show on my laptop, and I heard and I thought that maybe a bird had flown into the window from outside, like had just hit the window a little bit and then just bounced off, because that happens sometimes. But then I saw her twitching on the floor. I was like, how the fuck? What? Won't the local cats, rats, and badgers be likely to dig it up and eat it? Not if you bury it deep enough. But also, to be honest with you, is that really a problem? Like, she's just getting returned to the earth. And also, she didn't die of any specific disease. She died of collision with windows. She was otherwise healthy. So it's not like there's any problem with an animal eating her. Do you love pollinators? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd have to be crazy not to. Even if you find bugs gross, pollinators are the reason we're all alive. Like, if they don't pollinate our food, we just don't get food. Like, every plant on this planet needs them. So, like, you kind of have to love them. You're reliant on them to live. Draw very thin vertical lines about 2 inches apart on the window should stop them flying through the window. I can't I'm not in a position to do that right now, but I am looking into solutions, don't worry. I've seen quite a few that might work. But I do wanna make it so the windows are very obviously, um, not not clear. What other critters do you have? I have giant hissing cockroaches. I have cocktopia. Well, I have 3 cocktopias. So I have 2 boy enclosures and 1 girl enclosure, because when they are together, you get hundreds of them, which I've learned, and so I separated them. And female cocktopia is a complete utopia. They are friendly, they enjoy each other's company, they share each other's space, they sit on perches together, they talk to each other, they do this with their antenna against each other to communicate. They bury their dead. They're quite clean. They are very friendly. There are never any fights. But it is essentially, I don't know, Alcatraz in the boy enclosures, unfortunately. In the boy enclosures, they're constantly fighting. They mutilate each other very often. They they hurt each other. They impinge on each other's space. They do not respect the food. They puke all over the food. They hiss. They're very loud. They're angry. And it's generally hell. I don't really know what to do about it though, because they are social. So they do need to be around other bugs. but I can't put them with the females because then there'd be thousands of them, which would also be unethical and overcrowded and terrible. So the boys just have to ruin each other's space. That's it. That's just the whole the the whole decision. Holy shit, the male cockroaches are insane. Yes. um, Needless to say, in most animals, you cannot have a male society. It will not be a society. Like, if you have all females, it's usually quite chill. Doesn't matter what animal it is. If they're all females, usually chill, with some exceptions. Yeah, no idea. But the males cannot have cocktopia. Only the females can. Lord of the Flies. I once had a cockroach literally fly at me. I've never been scared in my life before. Interestingly enough, you didn't need to be scared of the cockroach because cockroaches cannot bite you. They do not have teeth. They do not have nippers. Like my giant hissing cockroaches are like this big. They're as big as a hamster. And they literally just sit on me and they can't do me any damage. They can't bite, they can't do anything. They have tiny little gentle mandibles for breaking down like detritus. They're basically the big men of the world. All they do is convert trash into poop into fertile soil. That's what they're for. So they live on the forest floor naturally, and they just break stuff down and make it into soil to make the soil nice and rich for the plants to grow. That's their whole job. So they're very peaceful. They don't hurt anyone, unless it's just all the boys, and then they will fuck each other up. And they fight with their butts, and they just press their butts against each other and flip each other into the air and stuff like this because they can't bite each other. Why do you have cockroaches? Because fuck those kids, honestly. So basically, I went to a pet store to buy some food for my rabbits, and there were these kids, and they're like, "Should we get some more cockroaches?" And the other one was like, "Oh, the last ones didn't last very long, though." And they're like, "Yeah, but that's why we should get more. Maybe we can ask mum." And they run off to ask mum, and they're, "Mum, mum." And I look at the enclosure, and it says, Madagascan hissing cockroaches, lifespan up to 6 years. And I was like, these kids weren't even fucking 6, probably. What do you mean that the cockroaches didn't last long? So I panicked and I ran up to the desk. I was like, how many cockroaches do you have? And they were like, 5. And I was like, I will take all of them. I slammed the money on the desk and I was like, get them all of them for me right there, right now. And I saved them and I took them home. I was like, fuck you kids, you can't have the cockroaches. And then I didn't sex them and now I have 200. And I split them up the first time, but there was a little femboy roach who looked very feminine and had all the female attributes, if you know what I'm saying, but was actually a boy. And so I was like, how are you all still having babies? And there was just one happy guy. He was like, oh, I wonder why. I have no idea. But I figured him out. I was like, you. And I put him in the boy enclosure, and there haven't been any births since, like a couple of years now. But they're really fascinating and beautiful. And to be honest, when I decorate this room and I get some shelves in here, I might put the enclosures back in here so I can enjoy them more often. I also have a giant snail. Her shell is as big as my head, and her body is as long as my forearm. She is beautiful. Her name is Megatron. And basically, I've created a system. So I also have rabbits. So not all of my animals are bugs, but I have caterpillars, I have worms, I have cockroaches, and I have a giant African land snail. She eats bone. She eats organic fruits and vegetables and bone. And basically, I have a system which I'm developing. So I want to grow all my own food, or at least as much of my food as I can. So the bugs are going to feed me. And the way they're going to feed me is I will give all of the trimmings and offcuttings of my food to the snail and the cockroaches. And they will break it down further. And their substrate is coconut coir. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but like coconut husk skinnings. Like it's a byproduct, right? And so I use that as soil for their substrate. And then they poop all over it and make it all dirty, with all this nice fertile digested offcuttings, like, like skins of of my vegetables and stuff, right? When I'm preparing it. And so they convert that into that. And then I use that and I put it in my worm farm. And the worms break it down even more. And that makes worm castings, which is super hyper fertile soil. And soil's really expensive. Buying loads and loads of bags of fertilizer costs so much money. But with my worm farm and all of my bugs, I can just turn all of my food back into soil to grow more food. So my bugs, I look after them and I love them, and they give back to me by creating fertile soil like they're supposed to. And my snail, she gets bored. She needs house tours. So I need to put her on a little plate and walk her around the house and show her things. She likes to look at green things. She gets really excited. She really looks at green things. She wants to explore the house. She wants to see cool shit. And her favorite food is banana, but I can't give her too much of it, otherwise she gets addicted. And one time she hibernated for an entire year waiting for more banana. So I can only give it very, very, very rarely, or she gets it reliant on it and puts her foot down and goes, I am going on an all banana diet from here on forth. And she's not allowed to do that because her shell will crack and she will die horribly because she needs the calcium. So I have to give her cuttlefish bone. That's how I give her bone. And she loves that. And she will just eat it with her strange little mouth that looks like a butthole. And she goes, and she's tried to eat my finger before, but she has no teeth. So, well, actually, technically, she has 40,000 teeth. I learned recently, but it doesn't feel like it. And it doesn't do shit. My skin's too soft. Weirdly, she can eat bone, but she can't break my skin. I don't know how that works. It's just snail magic. But she doesn't bite. It's called rasping. When they do this, they rasp you. They rasp off pieces of food. So I guess it's all about persistence. I don't know. They eat the bone with the measure of gentle persistence, and they will just sit there for hours, gently rubbing off the bone dust. I guess it's my theory. I don't know. Maybe you can Google it. Maybe you can tell me how the snails are eating the bone. Do snails oink? No. She goes like that's the noise she makes. And she only makes it when she's upset. And I'm pretty sure it's not from her mouth. What happens is like she has like this little air pocket on her underside where her body meets her shell. And I think when she retracts really fast out of fear, it creates like a little mini fart. I think that's what it is. That or she can scream, which is really haunting to know. Because if she's actually screaming, then people boil them to death, people cook them. Giant African land snails are a common food. So the fact that they can scream makes that even more haunting. She doesn't have a brain, but she has a favorite color and favorite food and a unique personality that was different to the other two, who passed away. She's the only one who got left. I had 3 originally, and they all had different personalities, but they have no brain. But they have nerve ganglia that communicate with each other in a way, like a brain. So they just have a different way to perceive, but they do perceive. They think, they get entertained, they get bored, they emote, they feel, they just don't do it the same way we do. I'd be interested how big this snail is. So if you scroll back far enough on my Instagram, you'll find it. So where you look at all the photos on my Insta, like if you look at my channel description, my Insta is listed, but you can also just Google Sweet Anita Instagram and you'll find my Instagram because I'm kind of a big deal. And yeah, you can just scroll right to the bottom. And it's like one of the first things I posted. Like before I posted anything else, it's like, look at my snail. And she's there on my arm, her entire body as long as my arm. I'm holding her like this. And you can see her, and her snail is like massive. And I can eclipse my face with it. If I hold just her shell and she's retracted in it, I can just like hide my face behind her shell. Oh, my mods actually got it up. So I should have phrased that differently. They got the picture. So I can just show you. So here you go. I have a feeling it's going to do that weird thing again. Hang on. I guess I'll just have to minimize it if it does. Yeah, it always does this. There we go. There she is. On my arm. And like her tail end does go to my wrist, but she's just like, it's curving underneath there. But yeah, Giant African land snails are huge. I mean, if you want an even better example, like there's one that's a bit more alert. Giant African land snail. Because when they're alert, you can really see there. Yeah, this is like the most famous picture. Why is that taking so long to load? I will just the image address. Let's do it this way. Paste. Oh, it's just taking a million years to load. Well, if that loads at all, there we go. So here you are. See, she's a big old specimen too. I say she. They have no gender. So technically that is a they them. Ma'am, that is a dog. She's about the same size as mine. Glossy shell. I'm pretty sure the shell is just wet. Some people oil the shells. I don't do that. I'm fine with her being in her natural state. But needless to say, I could never be with anyone who was afraid of bugs. Because bugs are my life. Does she register sound? I mean, I can't tell for sure. I think so. I think so. Wait, actually, I do know she can hear sound, and they actually prefer lower frequency sounds than higher frequency sounds. So I actually learned what frequencies they can hear, and I sat and played music to her a couple of times to see if she liked it. And the first bit of music I got out, she just retracted immediately, and then I played a different song and she liked that more. I really wish I knew what those songs were. I've completely forgotten them. Are they different genres of music? No, they were a similar genre. It was the frequency I was focusing on. I think they feel the vibrations, right? I mean, technically, that's what our ears are doing too, so I don't know how that differentiates anything. But you can Google how do snails hear sounds if you want to know more. But she likes to take a bath. It's one of the things she likes to do. She likes baths, bananas, blackberries, apple, and her favorite color is green, and she will always move towards the green thing in the room. Which is weird because they're not supposed to be able to see color, but she can, and I can prove it, and I should because she's very old now. So one day she'll be dead, and I won't be able to prove it, but I should because at present science says that snails don't have color vision, but she can differentiate green things from any other color and moves towards them every single time. So they absolutely do have the ability to perceive color. They're obviously just not doing it in the same way that we do. Carvella, thank you so much for the prime. But yeah, I'm pretty passionate about bugs. I think like part of it was that when I've been an inconvenience my whole life, and people when they first initially interact with me and they don't know that I have Tourette's, they find me quite startling and upsetting and annoying and intimidating. So I basically, if I don't feel like bugs deserve a death sentence just because we're afraid of them or because they're an inconvenience, because if that was worth a death sentence, I'd be dead 1,000 times over. So it gave me a unique perspective to be a bit more gentler with them, but also they're just important. And also my mom was terrified of spiders, and it made me really interested in spiders because I was like, how does this tiny raisin on legs have so much power over my mom? So it made me really interested in in insects, and I used to spend a lot of time in the library just reading about spiders. So I learned loads of niche spider facts. But yeah, I think I've always really appreciated bugs, always been gentle with them, always tried to be kind to them, even to an absurd degree. Like when I was a little kid and I caught head lice, I tried to put all of my head, I was pulling them out of my hair and put them in a jar. And I was like, I will take care of you somehow. And then I couldn't figure out what to feed them. So I tried to put my finger in there and was like, you can drink from my finger, but they didn't drink from my finger and they all died of exposure. So I was like, fuck, I've just given them a horrible death and I don't know what to do. So that gave me a huge crisis. I think I had like a turbo vegan crisis when I was like 8 because I got head lice. Misunderstood buddies. Yeah, also bugs just don't care if you call them a slut and offer to fist them. So I think animals were great, like a really, really amazing rest. And it was nice to be able to interact with something that didn't get upset with me growing up. And I mean, it could have been animals, could have been corpses, could have gone either way. I could have just grown up and been like a mortician or something because corpses also don't care if you call them names. But I went with animals and I don't regret my decision, to be quite honest with you. I feel like I very much enjoy supporting wildlife. I also have an app on my phone. I put food out for my badger every day. I feed my badger. His name is Bustle. He comes to my garden every single night and he eats peanuts. And I have like a camera trap that texts my phone and shows me the videos of him enjoying his peanuts every night. Um, he doesn't know he's mine, but he's mine. I also have a fox. And I also have loads of different birds that come to my bird feeder. 200 visits minimum a day on my bird feeder. Um, and that also takes videos and sends it to my phone. So quite often I'll wake up in the morning, I'll look at all of my birds, feed all my animals, love all my animals, give them treats. I spend a lot of time enriching animals' lives. That is a huge proportion of my existence at the moment. Thanks to you guys, anyway. I feel like if I had to work 9 to 5, I wouldn't be supporting so many ecosystems or anything. So thank you for that. I just wish I could share it with you more. Weirdos ruin everything. There's always some horny guy trying to be crazy about it, trying to track me down or some shit. Otherwise, I'd have like a live feed in my garden and be like, Bustle's visiting, and I'd have it on the camera and we could all watch it together, you know? But there's always some weird, angry dude wanking in the corner ruining it for the rest of us. Watching the World Cup? No, not really. But luckily, in the UK, we have so many football fans that I know when it's going well because I'll hear "Hooray!" Like it'll thunder across the entire town. You won't be able to miss it. Um, and you know, I'll know if they lost because they'll come home and beat their wives. Like we have a statistic that women just get beaten up. Like domestic violence goes up by a significant percentage whenever football loses. So either way, I guess I'll know. I always hate when my dad tries to shoot bunnies. I wish I could convince him not to. See, I'm terrible. I'd be the kind of person that would hide his gun or something as a kid. Like when I was little, I didn't tolerate anyone being bad to anything at all in any way, shape, or form. Like I remember being a young teen, like maybe 12, 13, and I had loads of animals in my back garden that I was feeding. It's been a persistent hobby of mine. And I had like a robin who would come and sit on my hand and eat, and I had like little ratsies who had like a nest in the corner of my garden, and I used to watch them all the time, and I loved them. And there was a particular rat that was very friendly with me called Manson, and you know, loads of animals, loads of cats, loads of birds, just loads of different animals visiting my garden. And the next door neighbor put down poison, and the thing with poison is it doesn't just poison mice and it doesn't just poison rats, and they often store their food and they hide it elsewhere, so they spread it around, and this means that they spread it around and little birds ate it too. and all the songbirds started to die, and my robin was screaming and twitching and dying slowly in the back garden. And then Manson died, and he was bleeding from his nose and his bum, and he was just screaming in agony and writhing. And I brought him in, put him somewhere comfortable, and I sat with him in his final moments. Then all the songbirds died, and obviously everyone's pet cats ate the songbirds and also got poisoned and died. And all of the owls stopped hooting because they were eating poisoned mice and rats, and they also died. And so my garden went from this really beautiful place that I liked sitting in and spending loads of time with the animals, and it became just, it stank of death, and there were loads of bodies everywhere, and it was completely silent. So teenage me posted her all of the dead bodies through her letterbox. And she caught me doing it one day, and she opened the door and she was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? You killed all my friends." And she was like, "I don't have time for this. I'm ill." And I was like, "I don't know what's wrong with you, but if you're ill, why would you want to make everyone else ill too? What's wrong with you? Everyone's cats are dead." I was so angry. Anyway, she died. I had nothing to do with it. She just, one day an ambulance just came and took her away in a stretcher, and she never came back. Way to go out on a bad note. Well, I'm just saying, like, most people, I was a very unconfrontational child. I was quite a nervous kid. And yet I was so angry that I was still very confrontational with that woman. I'm so fucking angry. So fucking angry. And I was like, "You litter my back garden with dead bodies? You have him back. You did this." That was my thinking, stupid kid. I was so furious with her. Thanks for clearing yourself of any involvement. Well, I feel like, given that I disagreed with her, I do feel like I need to specify. People keep putting ant powder near me, and I don't know why. See, I don't deal with ants. Like, I just leave them. I've got an ant's nest or two in my front garden and an ant's nest in my back garden. I just feel like they're supposed to be there. They're supposed to be there. Nature only puts things where it's supposed to be, and so, like, they are just part of the ecosystem. I don't know why anyone has a problem with them. As someone with 20 years career in water quality, I am aware of how toxins can go. Yeah, so, like, I don't put any pesticides on anything. I don't, and also I just work with nature rather than against it, and everything works out. I feel like 99% of people's problems is them just trying to go against nature. So, like, for example, I don't have a lawn. I just let wild plants grow, and I just pull up the inconvenient weeds that I don't like and leave all the weeds that naturally grow, the ones that are pretty and the ones that I enjoy. And my garden looks and smells fucking wonderful. It's teeming with flowers. So, like, it changes color every month. It goes yellow with buttercups first, and dandelions, and then it turns purple with clover, and then it turns white with catmint. And then I trim it all down in September, and it goes beautiful, luscious green. And then I just let the system go again. And in the summer, it's full of song. It's full of bees. It's full of hoppers singing to each other. There's loads of butterflies, fucking gorgeous, and I only need to trim it like once or twice a year. And people are out there maintaining these lawns, putting chemicals on it, killing everything, mowing it over and over again, doing all this bullshit to it, dragging sand all over it, and all this stupid shit, weeding it. I put barely any effort into my garden, and it's fucking gorgeous. And it smells amazing. Especially with the catmint. It smells like a mojito when I do have to mow it. I feel like people are just working too hard. The cracks in my pavement, I was like, I don't want to weed you. So I spread loads of seeds into the cracks. And I have loads of, I've forgotten the name of it, but it's a specific type of flower and it stays really short and it's really beautiful. And it grows in all the cracks and the cracks look fucking beautiful. Like it looks purposeful and I never have to weed it again. So, like, I feel like going against nature is where everyone goes wrong. Go with nature and everything just goes easy. Daisies? No, it's not daisies. Fuck, I've forgotten the name of it. It's like red something. Because it comes in red and white. No, it's not a pansy. Are you really sure you want to know? This is such a boring conversation, but I could probably find it. Give me 2 seconds. It's probably in here. I love you. 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 Oh, that. If I just scroll back far enough, I would come across it. So it got the idea from Pinterest because there was these beautiful pavement cracks and they were full of flowers. I was like, this looks amazing. Why don't I just do this instead and I'll never have to weed again? What is it? Nope, doesn't say. It's probably pictures. Nope. It's definitely you. There we go. It is creeping time. Creeping time is the plant. So if I copy the image, paste. I'll show you. There you go. Creeping time. Never have to weed again. Embrace the weeds, bitch. Just choose good ones. Beautiful. Yeah. So just embrace how things are trying to be because that is how it's easiest. It's really short and pretty. Yeah, that's its max length as well. That's just how much it grows. And then in the winter, it dies down and just disappears on its own. And then it regrows the next year. So you never really have to manage it or do anything with it. Gardening made easy. Yeah, it's called permaculture. Have you ever heard of permaculture? That is the technical term for like lazy gardening, where you work with nature to make it work. And so I'm a 36-year-old woman. I'm middle-aged. Of course, I love bird watching and gardening. Of course, I do. Among my more interesting hobbies, but like I do love bird watching and just maintaining an ecosystem. And I like easy shit. I don't want to do too much gardening. So I make it easy for me. And one of the things you can do is like some people do soil testing. So they know what kind of plants they can grow in their back garden. But your weeds are telling you what soil you have. And people send scoops of their soil to labs. People get serious about their gardening. Bitch. And they fuck cats. They fuck the holes. They fuck cats. They fuck holes. They send dick. They send dick. Dirty dick. Dick. They send 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 soil samples to the bitch to the lab, and the lab goes, you have this type of soil, and then you can grow certain things in that type of soil. So if it's heavy in like peat, or if it's heavy in clay or something like this, or it's certain pH, certain plants won't grow in it. Okay. And it's important to note because with trial and error, you might have a plant that doesn't grow because the soil isn't right, or you might have a plant that doesn't grow because there is like a disease in the soil that fucks it up. So you need to know these things, right? But the weeds are screaming it at you because your native weeds need specific soil types. So your weeds that you've got in your garden will tell you, if you just Google what kind of soil do these plants like, you'll know what kind of soil you have. So there's like loads of things that nature is just doing passively for you, you stupid bitch. And we just don't listen to it. And so a lot of people use garden by force. And they're like, I will force this plant to grow here. I will force the soil to be this way. I will force these weeds to go away. I will force. I will trim the trees to be a certain shape. All this bullshit, right? If you grow you can grow a garden that is fucking gorgeous in every way, looks professional, raises the property value, takes zero effort or next to none. And this is like why things like fruit trees can be awesome and stuff like that. I got a fig. My fig tree is resistant as fuck. I water it a few times in the summer, maybe, and that's it. That's all it needs. You can get so much. And I've been reading that apparently the ancient Amazonians used to do this as well. So before colonialism happened and they gave them all diseases and killed millions of them, those big temples used to not be overgrown and stuff. And they used to have these mega cities, which we're now uncovering. And one of the common things they used to do in those mega cities was you had a garden walking up to your house. And that garden would just be full of natural wild food growing plants that just grow between each other, not in raised beds, they didn't farm their gardens. Their gardens just naturally grew food and they did nothing to maintain it. All these plants looked after each other. Okay. So one plant growing with the other drives away the weeds and the bugs that would normally eat it, that sort of thing, right? I'm worried about my babies. Are you okay? Oh, okay. I was really worried about this one, but he's just shedding. Can you see here? There's one just hanging in a U shape upside down. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you can see that. On this side, he's shedding. The one that's an L shape and slightly wiggling. I was like, are you dying? But yeah. The plants would benefit each other and would not need any maintenance. They weren't sown like seeds in a row. It was just a wild, almost jungle-like garden. And as you walked through it to your house, you could just pick breakfast or dinner as you walk towards your house. You could just pick the eggplant, pick the fruit, pick the root, and just walk past it and be yoink, and food would be in your hand, ready for the meal as you walk in the door. And this is called companion planting now, where you grow lots of different plants together in a kind of mishmashy natural way. And you never till the soil, you never disturb the soil, you don't weed it, nothing. And all these plants just look after each other and just produce loads of food along the way. They all, when grown together, nourish the soil. You never have to fertilize it, you know? And so companion planting is based off that kind of thinking. And you can do companion planting in things like raised beds, but you can also do it the full-on natural way as well. So gardening only takes maintenance because of an industry that wants to sell you bullshit like poison and fertilizer and stuff like that. Plant communism. Yep. She's on point with nature. I just have this urge. I have this overwhelming urge to fuck cats, to swear at plants, apparently, to nurture an environment. I'm basically Bastion from Overwatch. I just want to walk among the trees and look after the birds and feed the caterpillars and make the plants grow. I just want all the humans to fuck off and let nature do its thing. So that's what I do with my time. And it gets me in trouble because like my neighbors are like, "Are you going to mow your lawn? It looks kind of weird. Your house looks abandoned." And I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. Have you gone full witch mode yet? I mean, witches brewed beer. I wouldn't mind making alcohol. I think if I did make alcohol, I'd either make liqueur or wine. And they also provided medication and healthcare for the locals. So they were quite often herbalists, for example. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the people who lived here before me were also kind of herbalists because the garden is full of healing plants and poison. Like, really weirdly and suspiciously, there's just a bunch of poisonous plants in my garden that could kill you. They have no business being there either. It seems intentional. But I know what all of those are. Strangely, a lot of plants will give you an abortion. Oh, the dono. Yeah, go ahead and run it. I completely forgot. Oh, it's Saffron. Thank you.
One of these days Anita will slip up and show us her vigilante mask.
I already did. I was wearing it when I was like 3. I already showed you the picture of me in my balaclava as a child. But anyway, yeah, a lot of random plants in the UK will kill your baby. Like, you can't just be nomming on random plants. They're totally edible other times and non-toxic, but they will eat us the fetus. So that's one of the things you gotta mind with herbalism is that you gotta take a whole new approach if you're caring for someone who's carrying. Good to know, Lil. Yeah, and they're really innocuous plants too. I learned that one first, 2 ways actually. So one of them was I was looking and I was Googling a plant and identifying it to see if I could feed it to my rabbits. I was like, this is an interesting plant. What can I use this for? I've got loads of it growing in my garden. And it was like, ah, yeah, that one. Don't eat it if you're pregnant. Your child will die. I was like, I wasn't thinking about eating it myself. I wasn't thinking about being pregnant, but good to know. And I was like, no, really. Keep it away from the pregnant people. I was like, okay. And I was like, what else does it do? I was like, no, really? Keep it away from the pregnant people. And there was a lot of them. It's like every other plant I was Googling, I was like, what does this do? And it's like, oh, that will heal your arthritis and kill your fetus. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, what does this one do? It's like people use that to help treat stuffy nose and hay fever. It's like, oh, cool. And it will kill your fetus. Like, I think it'd be easier in herbalism to just count the plants that don't kill fetuses. Strangely, but another reason, and it's really dark, is because on TikTok there was an abortion ban in certain states, and I got loads and loads and loads of American content creators basically hinting in code that if you needed an emergency termination, these like random American plants will do it for you. I didn't know this, but it came up so much during that time. So yeah, if you're gonna have kids, don't chew your lawn. Wild cows know exactly what herb have that effect, and they purposely use that knowledge. We've made domestic cows dumb. Yes, dumb and compliant. Because they are incredibly powerful animals that can kill you, and they kill more people than sharks. But we selectively breed them to have the kindest temperament so that they won't fight back when we kill them, which is really dark. It's a really dark reason to be so nice. Because I've met so many cows and they are just really nice. And they're funny. And they play football. And they can understand and know the rules of football. And they also enjoy playing other games with you. And they are just like really gentle. I wonder who bites more people though, cows or New Yorkers? Because like New Yorkers bite more people than sharks, which is really interesting. One of my relatives was like, I want to take my kids to New York because they really like New York and they're really obsessed with it and they really want to see it. And well, part of me, I suppressed the urge. You know, I have the ADHD like lore dump urge. Like my inner like lore dump immediately ignited, and I was like, don't. They bite more people than sharks. Like that, you might as well just throw your kid in the middle of the Australian Ocean if you want them to get bit, because they'd be less likely to be bitten there. But I did. I didn't say it at all. I kept it to my fucking self. Are you proud of me? I was proud of me. Pacific Ocean. Listen, buddy, I thought that was called the Pacific Ocean for way too long. I was a full-grown adult going, you know, in the Pacific Ocean. It's how New Yorkers develop their immune systems, a regular dose of bites from their fellow man. That and overcrowding, I think. I've seen those houses and flats and shit. Holy shit. The price of like a fucking cupboard to live in a cupboard is insane. You could live in a 4-bedroom house with a sea view in my country for the price a New York cupboard is. I also forgot to shave my pits. Me too. Would you do streamer uni? I still don't know what that is. I haven't actually watched it or know anything about it. But like, is that insulting? Is it where you learn how to be a good streamer? Because my next question, therefore, would be, why would I need to go then? Why would I need to go? Why would I need streamer uni? Is this a roast? That's like saying to a chef after they serve you a meal, they're like, there you go, there's your pasta. And you're like, have you thought about going to culinary school? Like, that would be a devastating response, quite honestly. So. Well, I guess that explains all the biting when I was a kid. It's from being from New York. I just love biting. Don't become a YouTuber. The YouTubers don't appreciate the biting. Ah, thank you, David. I had an auto kidney disease, stroke, 2 seizures, and 2 legs have been amputated because of a car wreck. I'm seeing a therapist about everything. I would fucking too, David. Thank fuck you're still alive. I hope you're doing well, all things considered. Lol, several YouTubers have been cancelled because of biting. Yeah, you can bite people or be a YouTuber. You can only pick one. Or you can do a little bit of both just for a short time. But I wouldn't recommend it. Keep soldiering on, my guy. I got shot twice, but I'm still here. I believe in you. Thank you all for being here, or what's left of you. Holy shit, why are all of you survivors? Like, so many of you come in here and it's like, yeah, I lost 10 kidneys the other day and I lost my eye in a fight and all of my grandparents died an hour ago. Got any advice to me? And I'm like, thank you for your service, I guess? What? If anything, you should be giving me advice on how to survive things. All the luckiest people. Kind of. It's a really interesting way to see it. Because some people will see someone who's had a lot of near misses and is still here and say, wow, you're really fucking lucky. And other people will be like, so you were hit by lightning 27 times and you've lost like 70% of your organs? That's very unlucky, dude. But like, there are just some people who see it as you're very lucky or people who see it as you're very unlucky. Bad luck there. I can't decide what I am because lots of really cool things happen to me with no effort. But also a lot of very bad things have happened to me too. I feel like I don't have very good in between. It's very rare that just normal things happen. I crave normalcy. This is why, even though I have a crazy life and go traveling around the world and shit, and like have the weirdest career in the world and have been literally paid to do the most obscure things, right? I crave like boringness and just like a calm little garden with some birdies and some butterflies, right? But like the reason why is because I'm so fucking unlucky. And people are like, well, you can do this thing. There's a minor risk. There's like a 0.1% chance a bad thing will happen. I'm like, nope, we're not doing it because I am exactly the person that the bad 0.1% would happen. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. If you spend a week with me, you will see many examples. Like, some people will drop toast and it will land butter side up and they'll be like, yay! Other people will drop a slice of toast and it will land butter side down and they're like, oh. I will drop a piece of toast and accidentally kill 7 orphans and it will spontaneously combust and I will lose half of my house. And there was like a 0.001% chance it would happen. Of course it happens to me. I'll get on a train and there'll be no cancelled trains all day and I will get on the only one that gets cancelled that day. You know? If something bad is going to happen to a tiny percentage of people, I am counted by the universe as tiny. But also lots of really insanely lucky things happen to me for no good reason, and I can't explain how things are going so well. But there's rarely anything that's just like, it is what it is. Neither good nor bad. I don't have that with anything. Lost half. I will tell you now, if I could be like a god of the universe for a day and there was just like a really terrible person, like a pedophile, and I'm like, I have to decide your fate. I could be very, very, very creative because I have experienced a level of really obscure misfortune to a degree that is just indescribable. So I'd be like, I'm going to give you an addiction to cheese and lactose intolerance. And I am going to put you in the only country where there are less toilets than anywhere else in the world. And I am going to keep putting poisonous bugs on your toilet paper. Like, every time you try to wipe your ass, there's just going to be a toxic, flesh-eating fucking spider with venom that will burn away your entire leg, just sitting there waiting for you to reach for the loo. And I will make sure that all you can think about is cheese. All day, every day, cripplingly so. I feel bad for those spiders. You ever met those spiders that just go about everything and that's all they do? Like, they could bite you and it would really fucking hurt and it would be like mildly venomous and would ruin your day, but they don't whip that one out. They just go about it. And it's so fucking weird. It's like, what did you think the dance was gonna do, you idiot? It's like having a gun in the house, but someone breaks in and you just stop breakdancing. You're like, sit down, I got this. You go down there and you just like, yeah, that'll teach you. Like, why do spiders just dance at you about shit? What is that? They're flexing? Like, is it flirting with me? They're dodging. So I've read somewhere that apparently they do it to be confusing so that if like a bird tries to pluck them off the web, for example, tries to nom nom nom, it doesn't work. Because they miss. But to be honest, they're vibrating in the same spot, so you could still just pluck them off. I don't think that actually works. It's just a theory, and I don't think it works. Also, I'm trying to build as much muscle as I can. I'm in a panic because I have to have as much muscle as I possibly can before my surgery, which is in 2 weeks. And like because the more muscle mass you have, the faster your recovery, but also because I'm gonna have like a month where I can't work out anymore and I want to retain as much muscle as possible. So if I get super muscly, then I will revert back to like a still muscly phase. Take steroids. Okay, so I'm not allowed to even take vitamin supplements right now because for 2 weeks. So because the anesthetists don't want to hit any bumps in the road. And anything you're taking can like confound the absorption rate and stuff and do hinky things to the anesthetic. So I have to give up my vitamins for 2 weeks. Yeah, get jacked. I don't think it's happening. I've been working out, but I haven't got very far. Like, I feel like my shoulders are getting a little bit defined, but that's about it. Like, there's a tiny, 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 like, tiny bit of muscle. And like, when my straps aren't in the way, you can see like a bit of muscle pop up here. But like, mostly, I feel like there's like this cleft, this defined cleft you can't see because of the dress, but like, there's that line there. But that's about it. And I want to get beefier, you know? Nick, thank you so much. Hope for the surgery isn't for something serious and good luck with it. Thank you. I have. They're going to rummage me to look for some endometriosis. My mom had it really, really bad and it runs in the family. And I'm having some symptoms that are very endometriosis-y. So, I'm gonna go see your dad. I'm gonna see your dick. I'm gonna see your dick. I'm gonna see dick. I'm gonna see dick. I'm gonna see 9. I'm gonna go and get fucked. I'm gonna go get rummaged. They're gonna fill me with air so that there's space for the cameras to move around and rummage my organs. And they're gonna look for it. And if they find any, they're gonna pinch it off with boiling hot pincers that will cook me like bacon on the inside and just pinch off with a hot poker. So like if here's some endometriosis lotion, they'll go pinch and take it off. And they will just basically roast me. I'm gonna be cooked, chat. Literally cooked. If they find any to cook. And then they take all the air out, but not all of it. There's probably going to be some air bubbles just floating around inside me for a bit. I will not be able to happily, comfortably walk and move around and enjoy life again for about a month. I'm going to be quite unwell and in pain. Thank you. I appreciate it. Drink whey protein and creatine and use BCAAs, especially after your workout and all your body already creates these items in your muscles build up. So I don't really drink protein or creatine for a couple of reasons. One of them is that any excess that you don't store, I used to think that you peed it out, but apparently according to science, you just turn it into carbs. And then if you don't need to store the carbs, then you will turn it into fats. So basically, over consuming protein is a waste of money and will not create the bulk that you necessarily want. So a normal amount of protein intake is more than enough for you to build muscle. It's completely fine. Some of the most absolutely ripped people from history that we have statues of, and they're fucking ripped. There was no protein shakes back then. So I'm not really too concerned with that. And I've been able to put on a lot of muscle in the past without any of those things. I just don't really bother with them. Also, it's really hard on your liver and kidneys. And a lot of people who drink those get kidney and liver failure. I literally had a TikTok come past that was like a woman saying, yeah, I used to drink creatine all the time. Please be careful with your creatine. I have double kidney failure from creatine. No one told me this could happen. And like all the comments were like, you were taking this way too well. Because she was just like very bubbly, just walking through the hospital, like, fuck. My kidneys are fucked. So like protein is really heavily marketed. There's a huge industry to try and push protein at you, but protein is the easiest nutrient in the world to get. Like Most doctors will not see a protein deficiency in their entire career at all. So people don't understand protein or how it works or how much they need. And to be honest with you, like protein is important for working out, but the amount that people are consuming is completely unnecessary and they are just falling for marketing. Oh wow, I only have one kidney. I will avoid creatine. Thank you. Well, now I'm really glad I pointed it out. Yeah, it's crazy. So basically, protein comes from amino acids. Those are the building blocks of protein. So if you eat a complete protein, your body will just break it down into basic amino acids and then rebuild it. So you're not getting any health benefits from eating a complete protein. It's completely unnecessary. And basically every food you can imagine, every vegetable, every fruit, every grain, every carb, has protein in it too. It has the amino acids that you build into proteins. So you don't have to target protein in your diet for your body to have more than enough that it needs, because it will build it out of amino acids, right? And those amino acids are present in everything. So usually when you eat a meal, it's got multiple ingredients in. So combined, that meal will have all of the amino acids, usually, right? So it's really, really easy to get enough, more than enough protein, right? But there is a huge marketing lobbying for consuming protein. And funnily enough, the most protein obsessed country is America. They have loads of protein products. They have like billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar protein industry. You know, protein bars, protein shakes, protein in this, that, high protein this, low calorie that, right? They are the most obese country. They are leading. I think they're in the top 10, and they might be the most, but I know they're in the top 10. So like protein is being over marketed to people, and protein does have health issues that come with it if you eat too much of it, like really bad health issues. So the reason why it's heavily pushed at us is because it's profitable. So the meat and dairy industry, they have meat and dairy lobbyists. There are no mushroom lobbyists. There are no carrot lobbyists, but there are chicken and cow, poultry fucking lobbyists. They go and they bribe politicians to, you know, lower, for example, restrictions on the chemicals they can pump in the meat and stuff like this. But they also advertise more heavily. I've never seen a mushroom advert or a carrot advert in my life, but I've seen thousands upon thousands of adverts for meat where they say it's got protein, or like for protein shakes, protein this, protein that, right? And so, like, we don't really understand protein. And when people are obsessed with protein, they're like, you gotta get lots of protein, you gotta get really high protein, right? They sound like the guys from Idiocracy who are like, it's got electrolytes. They're like, you gotta eat your meats, it's got protein. It's like, yes, everything has protein in. Everything has the building blocks for protein. We build protein out of literally everything we eat. And like, yeah, it's got protein. And all I hear is, it's got electrolytes. I was like, you don't even know what electrolytes are, do you? And like plants do not need electrolytes. The electrolytes were killing the plants. So spoiler alert, if you haven't seen Idiocracy. But like that's what protein is to us right now nutritionally. Most people do not understand their bodies or how much protein they're supposed to do. And in America, the RDA, the recommended allowance for protein, is excessively high. It's way higher than it should be. And so, like, what you're likely to do is liver and kidney damage by eating excess protein. Just taking creatine or like protein shakes, yeah, that can be dangerous if you take too many. But like, just packing insane amounts of protein into your diet also puts a strain on your organs. It doesn't matter whether it's natural or unnatural protein. Too much protein is bad for you. And people don't know this, and they don't know how much is too much. And they're being recommended to eat kind of too much. Exactly. A lot of studies indicated anywhere between 1.2 and 1.7 grams per body weight. Yeah, which is not necessary. But yeah, I will just say if you have kidney problems or liver problems, eating a healthy amount of protein is more important for you than most people. And you need to realize that it's not a the more the better situation at all. Most people wouldn't even be able to tell you what protein is exactly, but they're very concerned about getting enough of it, which is really weird because there are loads of different deficiencies that are really fucking common in humans, and protein is not one of them. It's incredibly rare. Like, you can be starving, you can be in famine conditions for ages and still not get a protein deficiency. It's so hard to get protein deficiency. Compared to other nutrients, you really don't have to struggle with that one. What about bananas? I love bananas. Are you trying to trigger me? Is that what's going on? I can't tell. Did you not learn about the banana thing? I hate fruit flies. So I don't really get fruit flies, even though I have like a little fruit bin. I can solve that for you, bitch. So you can fuck cats, you can fuck cats, you can fuck cats, you can fuck cats, you can literally get them all to leave your house in an instant. And what you do is you get a little oil burner. An oil burner is like a little cup with a tea light, like a little candle underneath it. And you put water in the cup above it. And then you put a couple of drops of essential oil in that cup of water. Do not put the essential oil directly in the cup. It has to be on water. And you get either citronella oil or you get cinnamon oil. Really cheap, really easy. An oil burner, usually you can get them for like £1 or £2. They're really cheap, right? So you put that in a room where the fruit flies are. You close all the doors and windows. The smell really builds up in that room. And then after about an hour or two, you open one window really wide. And if you want to get really fancy, you open that one window at night and you go outside and you shine a torch at that window because bugs are attracted to light, so they'll fly straight to the window. This combination actually gets rid of spiders too. But these insects really fucking deeply, deeply, deeply hate that smell. Citronella or cinnamon oil. They hate both. So when the room smells of it, they immediately desperately try to escape. So the minute there's any fresh air, they all clear out. So you can get rid of all of your fruit flies in a room in less than like 5 seconds. Like, they're so desperate to leave. They just all go. And then what you do is that they leave larvae on your fruit. So all you do is you just get a little glass fruit cover and you put that over your fruit. Or if it's like your bin, you just buy a sealable bin where nothing can get in and nothing can get out. And that's it. That is the solution. That is how you solve the entire thing. Easy. Dick. Wait, what if you boil water with cinnamon sticks then? I haven't tried that one and I don't know if it's as effective, so I can't tell you. But I do know that cinnamon oil works perfectly. Easy while blush. This isn't blush. This is like just setting powder because I'm shiny. Because it's hot. Are cinnamon essential oils safe for pets? Google it, because I don't know. I haven't had to do the cinnamon trick in ages, or citronella oil, to be honest with you, because I just don't get fruit flies anymore. This was from many, many years ago, so I would check. How do I become a vampire? It's a sexually transmitted disease, so I don't think anyone from Twitch chat's gonna get it anytime soon. The YouTube people might be fine. Yeah, I've seen that Squirrel's Quest, but I don't think that anyone should have to die for being an inconvenience. They don't know it's your house, and I like fruit flies can experience trauma. We did a test like that. You can Google it. Do fruit flies feel trauma? And you can see the scientist test that they did to discover that they do in fact feel trauma and pain and fear and suffering. And so, like, I don't want to do something that extreme to someone when I could do like the saran wrap cider vinegar thing is a lot of effort when actually the oil burner method is easier. Um, and no one has to die. And the thing is, like, fruit flies are actually incredibly important. They do an important role in nature, right? They break stuff down, which is super, super important. If we didn't have animals that break things down, if we didn't have pigeons and rats and cockroaches and all those creatures, we would die of so many diseases because there'd just be loads of bacteria-laden, rotten bullshit around infecting us all the time. And they turn it all back into soil. They're really important creatures. They're keeping us alive. So, like, their job is important. They are completely innocent. I just don't feel good about torturing someone for nothing. Yeah. What about fleas? What do they do? So with fleas, I feel like there are some animals where it's self-defense, but it's only self-defense in some situations. Like if a wasp flies into your house, you can definitely get a wasp back out of your house without hurting them. It's not self-defense to kill the wasp, right? But fleas, they can spread blood-borne like diseases. Also, you're protecting yourself from harm. But when it comes to your pets and things like that, you are responsible for them and their well-being, so you kind of have to protect them from harm. So it sucks, but in the situation where it's parasites that cause harm, I kind of feel like you have an obligation to protect yourself, which is unfortunate. That is like a situation where I would reluctantly do something. Like my rabbits have never had fleas. If they got fleas, I would remove the fleas. I'd feel very sad about it, but I would still do it because that's the responsible thing to do. But I don't feel like they're evil or cruel or anything like that. They're just trying to live. They probably don't even know that their entire world is a dog. They probably have no idea that they're causing any harm. So I'm not angry at them. Yeah, and I try to pick something that um is gonna cause the least pain and suffering. If I have to remove an animal, like that's what I go for. And there are some situations where, like, you just have no choice. Like, my chili plants are getting mites all over them, and I can't see the mites, but I know that they're there because they're harming the plant. And you can wash them all off, and you can spray like an oil on them to protect the plants. And I was like, do I really want to do that? Is my desire for a few chilies worth more than the trillions of lives on these chili plants? But I was thinking to myself, they are literally killing the chili plant slowly. And so their entire home is going to die and take them with it. So all I get to choose is whether or not the chilies survive the situation because the bugs die either way. So I ended up being like, yeah, in that situation, I kind of have to remove them. Just nature, but you can counteract it by thinking about. I feel like nature is just a system, and I don't feel like you have to honor nature over doing something ethical. So, like, in that system, say predation is essential, like wolves in Yellowstone. Without them, the whole ecosystem collapsed and everything died, including the deer that they were eating. Weirdly, the deer needed the wolves as part of the ecosystem in order for anything to survive. Because without them, the deer overgrazed and there was no woodlands. And so there was no birds. And then the deers declined because there was nothing to eat because the woodlands were gone, right? And without the woodlands, the rivers were diverted and they didn't function properly. So when the wolves were reintroduced, the forests came back, the deer came back, and all the bugs and everything came back, and the rivers came back, and the fish came back. Like everything flourished because the wolves came back, right? So if you were faced with it and you were saying, if you saw predation, if you're like, I could save this little deer from being eaten by the wolves, and that would save the deer, but it would starve the wolves, you're not really doing anything ethical there, right? So that like that structure is important. It's just as important to the deer as it is to the wolf, sadly. And so it's stressful, but I think it's unethical to steal a predator's food. However, there are situations where nobody benefits from the death. And I think in those situations, we are obligated to intervene because we're the only ones who can. Like, if there's a dead spider web in my shed and loads of little insects are getting caught in it, but the spider abandoned that web ages ago, so they're just dying for nothing. Of course, I'm going to clear away the web. It's not nature anymore. It's just a necessary death, right? I feel like I draw the line at unnecessary death. And there are other examples too, like ducks will sexually assault other ducks, but most ducks are monogamous and fine and actually ask for consent, right? Birds actually invented consent millions of years before we did, right? But like some ducks don't get chosen at the end of mating season, so they form gangs of incel ducks and they attack females who are alone, but they also attack males and also assault them to death, right? Worst way to go, being sexually assaulted to death by a duck, right? And so, like, in that situation, there are some people who say, oh, look, and they see a bunch of ducks attacking a female alone, and people have filmed it and posted it, and people have been like, what are you going to do? It's just nature. It's just how it works. It's not nature. The incels are superfluous to nature. Nature is actually trying to get rid of those incels. Like, nature gave the females corkscrew vaginas so that the penises didn't fit in there easily, so that it's harder to attack them this way. Nature's trying to breed these fuckers out, right? And there are loads of consensual males. The normal way that they pair up is with consensual males. The incel ducks will mate with a dead body for hours. There was a male unchosen duck that was superfluous and no longer needed because no female chose him, right? And it was documented by a scientist to mate with the dead body of another male duck for 4 days. I think it was 4 days. It might have been 3 days. I think it was 4 days. I don't think that nature would have a problem. I don't think you'd confound or interfere with anything to stop that duck, right? Or to stop the female from getting harassed to death, right? None of that helps nature. None of that helps the system. It would endlessly be beneficial with no downsides to save the female duck in that situation. And so I don't think that everything that just happens is like part of nature's system and necessary. I do think that some things are unnecessary, and it makes you a terrible person if you don't intervene. Like, one time I saw a seagull swallow another seagull's face, and like, it was like neck deep in there. I had to pull them apart. They do that sometimes. There would have been nothing. It would have benefited no one, not nature, not anything, to let one choke to death and the other suffocate to death. According to my research, most birds don't have penises. Yeah, penises are kind of a really interesting invention. So I think we don't fully know why human men have a tip. You know, the like little cherry-shaped thing on the end, right? But the main theory is that the little ridge on the top scoops out any residue from other males, and that's the purpose of it. That it serves no other purpose than to remove competing sperm, right? Is the current theory. And what's interesting about that is it means that women are not designed to be monogamous then. By that theory, that would say that we are designed so that, you know, women get lots of offerings from lots of men, and the male tries to outcompete what is naturally already occurring with lots of other guys. Which is really interesting. That is gross, but also sounds correct. It would also reasonably be why men are so into porn. Like, women can be into porn too, but I think it's like 40% of women are into porn, whereas it's like 100% of men are into porn, right? And it's like, why would you be horny about seeing yourself get cucked? Why would you get horny watching somebody else sleep with a woman that you're attracted to? Right? But by this theory, with the penis tip theory, the idea of you getting aroused when you see other people having sex, because you were designed to be able to join in. Like, I'm not saying this is actually true. I mean, I'm a monogamous person, and I don't have any social reason. Like, society doesn't pressure me to be monogamous. I just want to be. Like, I know plenty of people who aren't monogamous. I'm so happy for them. Just don't appeal to me. I feel like it's pretty instinctual. Like, at no point have I ever wanted anything else. So I kind of feel like it feels baked into me. It doesn't feel socialized. I do feel like some humans are just monogamous. It's just part of their sexuality, right? And some people aren't. But I feel like a lot of our inbuilt design is hinting at that there's a higher percentage of people who aren't monogamous than society likes to acknowledge. So who knows? I agree, considering it to be the norm for whatever reason. Yeah, I feel like a lot of social norms encourage monogamy, but I don't know if it's like I feel like there's a higher percentage of non-monogamous people than we like to acknowledge, and that we have probably got a lot of inbuilt designs for it, interestingly enough, to accommodate for that, for non-monogamy. Because it's just strange. And like it's an uncomfortable conversation. I've talked about it in the past. Like a lot of people say I can never be a cuck, and it's like, well, what do you think consuming porn is? It's when you find someone you're attracted to and watch them get fucked by somebody else. Like I'd say like most human males are cucks to some degree, varying degrees. And so it's considered like this niche fetish. Yet I struggle to find a single man that hasn't been cucked to some degree. I think it's pretty mainstream, actually. We just don't think about it. Could you ever be a cuck? No. Like I said, I'm pretty monogamous. I don't think I think it would be pretty crushing if I saw my partner sleep with somebody else. Also, I don't think I'd want to cuck either. But apparently it's a very, very difficult thing to do because it's very hard to find somebody who will let themselves be watched by a random husband. So like it's hard enough to ask your partner to do it, to be like, hey, would you cuck me? Or can I cuck you? But also it's even harder to find someone who's gonna be like, this is Ralph. He's just gonna be in the corner eating a sandwich. We can ignore him. Except when I ridicule him for not being man enough, but otherwise pretend he's not there. Like that is a very niche thing, and most people are not into that. So it's harder to find the third than it is to find the partner. If you get what I mean. Can confirm, was invited to a poly relationship, but the main guy wanted it filmed for him. Interesting. I'm monogamous with myself. That's beautiful. That's very cute. How long have you been together? One is just a poison conception of sex. I feel like it's just an industry. I feel like in an ideal world, I think that visual stuff, like depictions of nudity and stuff like that for arousal, doesn't have to be as unhealthy as porn has become. I think that it's become unhealthy for the same reason that food has become unhealthy, and healthcare has become unhealthy, and water's become unhealthy, and breathing's become unhealthy. Like, a lot of stuff start off pretty wholesome, pretty basic, pretty natural, but then when it becomes an industry, it becomes kind of a bit corrupted. Like chocolate has no benefit to the human body. Like milk chocolate with all its sugar and fat, you could never eat that again and you'll be absolutely fine, right? We've made a lot of foods that aren't really food because they sell and people will buy lots of it. That's the reason. And so when you focus on what sells and driving demand, you can corrupt literally anything that would normally be good for us. And so, like, we were drawing cave boobies as cavemen, right? There are depictions of sex on caves that are thousands of years old. And I don't think that they were dying of goonicide. I don't think that their, like, birth rates were plummeting and nobody was having any babies, you know, and that like people were getting addicted to jerking off in the corner of the cave. But there are literally, you can look it up. There is coitus. There were people doing it doggy style 9,000 years ago, and they documented that shit. So I think like sexual depictions aren't the problem, it's the industry. The industry is corrupt. The industry fucked us up. Also, Niller, thanks so much for the 500 bits. I really appreciate it. And Quirky, thanks for the prime. Imagine being the first person to hit it crazy style. What the fuck is... What is crazy style? Do I need to look that up on the Urban Dictionary? Which one is that? Bro doing cartwheels on it? What the fuck? How does that even work? Is that where you just stick the landing, or is there some way to just like rotate whilst it's in? You know what? I don't care. You know what I've been asking recently is like, why is it called the reverse cowgirl and not just the lazy dog? Because you want to do it like a dog, but without doing any of the work. Like, who's naming these things? Also, I forgot to shave a lot of things. I forgot to shave my legs, and I can feel I've got a fan in the corner, and I've never felt this before, but it's blowing my leg hair. My leg hair is billowing in the wind. I've never had that before. And you know what's really cool about that? Do you know why I'm actually happy about that? You know what? That's crazy good. Because literally, I've been taking minoxidil to regrow my hair, and it's regrowing my hair. I had to take it as a pill because I could use it topically because it can kill your pets, right? So I've been taking this pill, and apparently you don't know the full results until you've been taking it for at least 2 years, apparently, right? And at first I was like, I don't really see a difference. I don't know, right? And I've got leg hair now, long leg hair that blows in the wind. I used to be able to shave my legs once a month. Once a month. But also, I kind of feel like body hair being stigmatized is just a way that society is just being really draining and asking women to sacrifice stuff. Because so a lot of your erogenous zones are only erogenous because of the hair on it. And body hair increases your sexual pleasure by several fold, many times a percent. I've forgotten the exact percentage, but we've studied it, right? So arousal levels are higher when someone strokes your leg or rubs your arm or runs their hand along your back if you have body hair to detect it, because a lot of the sensory information and the pressure and the movement is received through the nerve endings that perceive like how your hair is moving, right? So, when we developed a fetish for baby smooth women who show no signs of puberty, who have no hair on their bodies, we actively expected them to remove a huge percentage of their sexual pleasure for male gratification. So, I have just ruled off all men who don't like body hair as just draining men who want to ruin my sense of arousal and detract from my sexuality. Like, if I have to sacrifice anything to be with a guy, I will choose someone else. And now that I understand that about my body hair, I would shave it all and get rid of it. I'm like, that's an unfortunate side effect of regrowing my hair, right? But no, I'm leaving it there because I'm like, I actually need this. And it's bullshit that anyone convinced me that I should get rid of it. So I'm keeping the leg hair. I'm fine with it. Half a century ago, pubic hair was considered sexy and smooth is just a trend. Yet, funnily enough, there are now bush wigs. Like Merkins have been around for quite a while, but I think I can't remember if it's Skims. One of the more trendier like companies is now releasing like thongs that have just a tiny triangle of fur over your crotch, so you can wear a bush, a fake bush. And like they were very, very expensive, and they're like posh people clothes and stuff. And people are like, why are all the posh people doing a full 180 and now they want bushes? And the women stood up and they were like, because a lot of the posh women were able to afford electrolysis and permanently removed their pussy hair completely, right? And then a lot of blokes like Bush came back in fashion, and these women couldn't grow one anymore. So they started buying these thongs to compensate for the fact that they had electrolysis. Is the running theory as to why those Bush thongs became a thing. But also, it created this massive awakening online, the existence of them. Did you know about this? So a lot of the hair on those bushes is straight. They're straight bushes. And a lot of people, including myself, to be honest, did not know that straight bushes existed. And I wasn't the only one, because I scrolled down to the comments and there was someone like, wait, since when are, if that looks so fake, since when are bushes straight haired? And someone in the comments replied to them and was like, mine is straight haired. What do you mean? Does it come in curly? Do people have curly bush? And so I was like, you didn't know that bush could be curly? Where the fuck have you been living? What the fuck? And like, and all of these women were like, it comes in different fonts? People can have straight curly bushes? No way! Waves exist too. Really? So yeah, that's what's all of a thing, a huge thing apparently. This has been an epic yap. It usually ends up in this corner of the discussion at some point because a lot of people think about and talk about that stuff on Twitch for some reason. Came in here 1 minute ago, heard a story about bushes. I mean, there are lots of stories I could tell you about bushes. Like, bushes used to be a thing that was heavily fetishized in Victorian days, and a lot of Victorian sex workers needed a big bush to attract men. And a lot of porn from that era is of women flashing their bushes. They're literally raising their long skirts that go down to the ground and above their bushes. And there's like a really famous painting of a man looking up and fantasizing on his bed, and there's like miniature women running around in a circle lifting their bushes, and he's looking up at them, and that's like his fantasy, right? So like bush was like really heavily fetishized at the time. It's a symbol of fertility, a symbol of womanhood. It grows in when you're fertile, like it's kind of natural to enjoy it. And so a lot of these women who were working in brothels were getting STDs. And so they needed to, like, one of the ways you would handle things like crabs, for example, and stuff like that, is they would shave. And this meant that they wouldn't have their precious bush, which they needed to attract customers. So they would wear merkins, these wigs that not only would cover the baldness, but also if you got lesions from STDs, the merkin would cover the lesions and hide them so you could continue to work. So this meant that like there was a massive industry for merkins. Like people were making wigs for your vagina. And they existed long into the 70s because like one of my earlier ticks, in the middle of the night, when I was staying around someone's house when I was in my teenage years, I literally saw an advert for a merkin. It was like a 70s advert for a merkin, and the slogan was "A wig for your vagina." And like I kept ticking that for fucking years and years and years. I think it was like a full decade of ticking that one, right? And basically the whole premise between selling them then, because they weren't selling them to sex workers, the advert was like people were dyeing their hair blonde, and she was like, "Oh no, you know, Jimmy wants to come over tonight, and that's exciting. But what if he finds out that the curtain doesn't match the drapes? What am I gonna do?" And then it like flashed to this like suitcase opening full of different colored wigs, you know, in a kind of "I'll save you, don't worry, ma'am" kind of way. And so people continue to use them not long after the whole like syphilis epidemic, partly to just convince people that they, you know, were natural blondes or natural gingers or whatever, right? That was in the Pulp Fiction briefcase? Yep, we'll go with that. Today I learned, yeah, history of the merkin. Get the pink one. Well, people have been dyeing them interesting colors. People have been dyeing their underarm hair like interesting colors for a while. That is very punk. Is that velvet? I guess, yeah. I don't usually wear a lot of velvet because I have pets, and if you know, you know. But like, luckily I don't really hold my animals a lot during streams, so it's fine. And I needed to wear something cool. I was not up for wearing trousers today. Fuck that. I like when girls have armpit hair. Am I a deviant? No. No, I think that's kind of normal and fine because, like, this is a symbol that the object of your attraction is an adult. Also, some people are just into armpits. I didn't really know this until I started streaming because people were like, "Could you flex for me? Could you raise your arms a second?" Yeah, I've heard a rumor that you don't shave your armpits. Could you show us? And at first, I didn't realize that any of these were very sexual requests. I didn't know that these people were probably being pervy. And I'm sure that not everybody who asked me to flex my muscles or whatever is being pervy, but there is a component of people that probably are. First it was armpits, now it's ears? There are people with ear fetishes? I mean, I can understand that. No, I can understand that. Because, like, the ear is an erogenous zone. Like, there is an erogenous zone map, and on both men and women, stimulating the back of the ears, nibbling the earlobes and things like this, those are erogenous things. So it doesn't surprise me that some people are attracted to them, and some people enjoy having them stimulated. I feel like quite often what happens is, like, one group of people is like enjoys them being stimulated and will ask the partner to stimulate it. And I think like the fetish follows on from that. It's like lots of people's first experiences or intense experiences have revolved around those body parts and they continue to have that kind of fetish for a long time. There's a certain attractive bit to a muscular woman though. What is that? Is it the muscles? Because I don't feel like that's a very certain bit. That's just like a general bit. Fetish and trends are interesting. They kind of are, and it's really interesting how easily goaded we are and shaped and molded. Like, really fucking interesting to me. On the topic, your shoulders look great. Thank you. I don't know. Like, I feel like I could do better. Like, I've only got tiny dip for now, but you want like big muscles. I don't want to have to flex for people to see that I'm big and strong, like Siberian bear. Did you know there's a sexual kink about eyeballs? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that any part of you is probably sexualized to someone, even the weenus, to be honest with you. But like, uh, eyeballs. I mean, I don't think about it too long because I have a very vivid imagination, and I don't like the idea of imagining my eyeballs being licked, for example. But I am aware that it is a thing, and to be honest with you, it seems pretty harmless. To be honest with you, like it's so mainstream to be into schoolgirl outfits, and that's fucked up. Like people just liking eyes. Who cares? It's unusual, but generally harmless. Like, we've been stigmatizing the wrong people, I swear. Like, Britney Spears was dancing around in a sexy schoolgirl outfit, and people were fucking shaming the furries. Those are like a bunch of adults. They're just adults in a fluffy suit. You know, they ain't harming anyone. They just drawing pictures and jerking off over it. Like that. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of dudes out there like, yeah, just like a kid for me. That'll make you sexier. Ugh! Like the way that we allocate shame for shit is so weird. Never understood feet. I think it's fine to like feet because, like, yeah, fine. You may not like looking at feet, but like a lot of people enjoy having their feet stimulated because there's a nerve that runs from the sole of your feet right up to your genitals. And so some people discover that they can be stimulated to the point of orgasm through foot massage. So it's kind of lucky that there are people who are attracted to feet because they will match up perfectly with people who enjoy having their feet stimulated. Like, that's a match made in heaven. That's beautiful. You know? So you get the overlap of both existing and woo! Like, that's perfect. Because I mean, I feel like if you had erogenous feet but nobody was into feet, you'd feel really guilty about asking them to be, stimulated in some way or shape or form. And like, you'd always have someone who's like, oh, okay, I'll do it. Just don't make me look at it. Can we turn the lights off? But like, because there are people who are into feet, it kind of works out. What, is that true? Yes, there are people who have discovered that they have this genetic like difference because it's about like nerve placement. So there are some people who discover this when they go to get like a professional foot massage, and they're like, "What the fuck just happened to me? I think I just reached orgasm." Like, there are loads of women, especially, that this happens to, right? So you discover that you have an erogenous zone somewhere. It's kind of lucky that there are people who are attracted to it and fetishize it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. If anything, fetishizing feet makes more sense than fetishizing boobs when you think about it. So while you may not relate, it is kind of understandable that people are attracted to feet. Subjectively, the amount of people who have feet as erogenous zones is much smaller than the amount of people who are attracted to feet. So I personally have not done a census or a study on this, but every time I've sat drunk with a bunch of girls, one of them has usually said, at least one of them has usually said, I like my feet stimulated. I think it's like really common. I think it's more common than we realize as a society. I think there are just like a lot of people out there who enjoy having their feet tickled or massaged or rubbed or whatever. But I think it's easier to see how many men are into feet than women who like having their feet rubbed and stuff like that. But there are also men who like getting their feet rubbed and stuff. I don't think there's a specific gender to either. But like, we know about lots of men with a foot fetish because it's rather famously talked about. Like, you can make triple digits every week selling feet pics because there are a bunch of men who are willing to pay for it. There aren't as many women who are willing to pay for it. So like, men who like feet are in the forefront of like foot talk. When we talk about foot fetishes, we more often than not talk about the people who like to look at them more than the people who like to have their feet stimulated, strangely. Everyone has their own kink, and that's okay. I feel like either lots of people don't, or lots of people just never find theirs. And I feel like I'm very fine with never finding mine. Like, I don't need any kind of like niche thing to enhance my sexuality or anything. I just don't. I'm fine. Like, if I never find out what it is, that's fine. I think it's worse to find out what it is and it's terrible. You know? Like something that you would never admit to, something you'd be terrified of people finding in your porn history, something weird. Like Ogtha, like that guy who has like a fantasy about being with a giant cockroach. Do chicks have a foot fetish? I'm sure plenty do. But like, it's more common to find a guy who likes feet than a woman, I think. I'm sorry. What, you don't know about the giant cockroach Ogtha? Well, when I hang up on the stream, you can go Google Ogtha on Reddit. Ogtha lore. That's OGTHA. Really wild story of a guy who lost his entire relationship, his parents, and his job because he believes that he is married to a fictitious giant cockroach. But yeah. And he was just seeking advice on Reddit. That's how we all know about Ogtha. I think women have the whole forearms and fingers thing. Yeah, I feel like a lot of women are attracted to forearms, and that like when men roll their sleeves up like this to about here, like it's kind of slutty. Like it's our version of slutty, like, oh, he's got his forearms out, you know? Um, it's up there with the little V-neck for guys and stuff, you know? But at the same time, I don't think that we're wanking over pictures of wrists. I think like it's different. I don't think that's comparable to like the infatuation with feet pics and stuff like that. Like women will find it pretty, but they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, jerking off in the corner over it, you know? They're not gonna save screenshots of it off of like a friend's Insta. It's like, oh, he's got his wrists out. Yoink. Like nobody's saving that for the bank. Yeah, it's masculine. Weirdly, though, I don't think it is masculine. Like when women do it too, it's kind of hot to women. Like feminine wrists. Like if you roll it up to just like here, not up to here, here, right? A lot of women like that, but like they'll like a feminine wrist as much as a masculine wrist. Like the lesbians are into it too. So I don't think it's like the masculinity of it at all that makes it hot. Make one wrist masculine and one wrist feminine? Cover all your bases? I mean, you could try it, Karina, and report back to us. Could be like a bisexual's dream, I guess. I should go though. I've been with you for 4 hours. I've had a lot of fun though. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a fun discussion. I will come back soon. I should be here all week, but I'll be back on Tuesday and Thursday as normal. Yeah, I've been busy and I'm still busy as hell, but I'm still finding time. Right now though, pretty hungry. I think after this I'm gonna go eat a big fat meal. I gotta work out on Tuesday. Wish me luck in this heat. I don't know how I'm gonna get through it. Yeah, you take care too. Bye, Ant-Man. Bye, Sunny, and Juice, and Kez. Thank you so much for being here. Bye, Mert. And if you aren't in my Discord yet, now is a very good time. So if you are subbed or got gifted a sub, do join the Discord, the Sweet Anita Discord. You can find it in the channel description of my Twitch stream. We hang out there, we play games together. There's a lot of regulars. If you're subbed, you get access to more channels. Those channels are incredibly active. I feel like the sub gen that when you're not subbed, like just the gen, is less active for some reason, but I don't actually know why. But like, yeah, you can hang out there and we play computer games. We have we cook together. There's a workout group. There's all sorts of stuff going on there. People have a lot of fun there. People meet up from there. People have gotten married off that place, but don't use it as a dating profile. You'll probably get banned. And yeah, so I think go and hang out on the Discord and try it out if you can. And just know that you have to accept the rules before it unlocks. So go read the rules and accept them, and you'll be able to use it. And it'll be nice to see some of you there. I've got quite a lot of long-standing friends on my Discord, so it usually attracts a lot of wholesome people. We have Marvel Rivals this Friday. Oh yeah, we have a community event where everyone's playing Marvel Rivals together. We make like teams and like custom lobbies, and we all just play together for fun. So that's happening this Friday. We made carrot balls together the other day. I was not enthused with the carrot balls, but the people I gave the carrot balls to fucking loved them. I'm thinking maybe stuffed dumplings or something next time, because I'm addicted to dumplings and would like to eat them more often. So I think I want to make like 1 billion of them and then freeze them and then just microwave them whenever I can't be fucked to cook. So maybe we could do that together. Oh my god, Juice is begging for it. We might have to. I don't know why Juice needs dumplings this bad, but you know what? I don't need any explanation. I love dumplings too. I don't need any further, like, but I don't need any more, what's the word? Encouragement. Bitch! What if two people find each other on your server and fall in love? Do they get banned? No, that's happened a few times. That's happened a few times. A couple of people got married and shit. I do wonder if we're gonna make a bitch baby. A Discord baby. I do wonder if anyone's gonna be born because of our Discord. That makes it sound really horny. Most people aren't getting it together, by the way. If you're like, I'm single and ready to mingle, you're just gonna come across as weird. People are just socializing in there. Don't make it weird. Don't send anyone your dicks. No matter how many you have. Straight to jail. Okay, I think I've talked too much. But yeah, maybe I'll see some of you in the Discord. Have a good one. Good night, everyone.